it.
$1,000.
Isn't it one of the Wayne brothers also in that movie?
I don't think so.
Denzel Washington?
Wesley Snipes,
Very
bro.
experienced player. from what I
Wow,
understand.
Randy.
Oh, yeah.
Did you watch the
Question
Better
is, joined us
Doctor
at
like
Triton
the last 12
In the
days
past,
or
remember he
last
was
15
trading barbs
days?
in the PLO streets with
No.
Barbero?
Really?
Yeah, I
Right.
should have, but I I know
Cornell
him
wanted
well
to mention-
too long, so
Okay.
I know
Okay.
Played a
most of the
25K.
stories, probably more than it's on. It's
Well-
8 max high roller.
I haven't.
Hold on, Ollie.
I haven't
Interrupt you
cried.
a second.
Yeah,
in my
Maestro
years.
showing off
Okay.
When I
creative.
watched that,
You just came?
I
Yeah.
bawled like a
500?
baby.
Okay.
I was in tears. It was just so emotional for me. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I just love like Federer
Making
so
it
much.
30K to
he's a
go.
great
Was
guy.
just going to mention that
Great guy.
Tyler's
I did
World
watch
Series of
it,
Poker
yeah.
bracelet.
It was
So
amazing.
amazing.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
833K,
right?
the high
Amazing.
water mark.
Like,
Meanwhile,
what is going on?
young
What's
Peter
going on with my
rates to
eyes?
be
Yeah,
picking
I
up
get it, I
chips
get it. He's a
from
superstar.
Mr. Maestro.
95?
Okay.
I think this was on Netflix.
Netflix, yeah, it was on Netflix.
3 bets become 4.
Do you have Netflix,
I think
Randy?
so. Last 12 days. Yeah.
Do I have that on my list?
Do you know that it's not an online poker app? It's for
the image
movies.
of a man who
Well, I try to watch Rounders
maintaining
on
his
there.
interest level and things. So he
Is it
looks
Casino
available?
Royale.
and will add to his chip.
Apparently, there's a Federer
feature.
documentary that we should be watching.
No, that you
With a
should be
box of
watching.
Kleenex.
I'm not watching that. Let's be
Do
honest.
you know who Roger Federer is, Randy?
Very
Yes, I know who
experienced.
he is. He plays tennis.
Longtime pro player.
Okay.
Izzy Ochman.
He's all right.
He's a little bit better than all right. Meanwhile, a little bit better than all right is Ace Queen
Looking at
here,
His
which
hand mob,
has this
5.3
Ace
million
Jack
in career
a bit
earnings.
discombobulated.
$3 million.
You know you.
His biggest score ever.
King 8.
That's big cash.
Made
What
it
was that? in?
6,000 from the
Do you
button.
know?
Garrios 3x'd it, and now
Back to back.
Wyroth
Main event.
Oh,
Back
hangs in there.
2023.
Poor choice, as we
Only
can
a
see.
fourth place finish for Jan Peter.
that was interesting.
That's
recent. Flat,
Yeah.
cold with Ace
That was
Jack.
Last year, 4th place.
Perhaps
final
he feels
table
like
for Jan
Garros
Peter.
is trying to
Wow.
isolate G-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Solid turnout there
10-9-4 now.
for him. Does have a bracelet and a 10K
You know,
PLO.
the range that
Back in
cold
2012,
calls
just to
three
kind
bet
of illustrate
kind
Um,
of
to
connects
mix
with
my
the
How long
sport
he's
a
been
bit.
at it.
Tens,
Yeah, that's
nines,
like-
jacks come to mind.
Wow.
to check.
Cornell an opener this
Queen
time.
suited or
10
so.
suited.
Still a C-bet does come
Motivating
in for
holding.
Garrios.
Lopez choosing to play ace jack as a flat from the cutoff. And now Greenwood with ace queen could make noise out of the bigs.
They could easily squeeze in this spot, especially with a flatter.
And
To be honest, this is important. Like when you have kids, you know, you have to choose like
Just trying to figure out the perfect sizing.
team table, you don't want to.
Falls on 55K.
Yeah. Terrible. Yeah.
8 on the turn as Wyroth hung in there with the ace jack and finds himself an open ender. Gut shot for Garrios.
Back over to Botez as Tyler steps aside.
And too much backdoor potential for Ryrot to fold that flop.
And so does Alexandra.
I don't know, it's just the
Sure,
capacity.
Garrios
of
has
card
the best
range
hand,
in
but
1
he's
hour.
probably
Developing.
pretty
Given too many
concerned on
distractions,
this
one of
texture,
those
trouble
doesn't know what
hands,
to do with
especially if you
it.
combine it with the pre-flop action. Should made cold call 3-bet.
Same size like Kings cash game table?
Yeah.
This is bigger? Yeah,
I
looks
don't know. I see a lot of teenagers having trouble sleeping.
I mean,
ADM in the chat, by the way, asking Sam or Lucas, referring to Greenwood, considering that the Twins do both play high stakes poker. The other day it was Luke at the table and shame on
Coming off the throttle.
Sam. He was
Garrios
under
now
a
faces a
ball
barrel of
cap, To be
72,000.
fair,
There's a
but
lot. There's a lot.
You know,
Should
one of
know
them was
better.
that
Pre
trucker
gets
cap.
called.
thinking about everything.
And your C-bet gets called. Obviously,
Trucker Sam?
you start to have doubts
mean,
about the quality of ace queen.
we've seen both of them wear the cap, though,
Do you think
Randy.
they
That's
just-
not the
Do you think
delineator.
they share? He's got the best hand. There's really not much
Caps?
he can do, but just give this
I
one
don't
up.
know, isn't
I
that
would
kinda
think.
when you're
Yeah,
younger,
it's
you wanna do
gone.
that?
Nicely played
But
from
the same
Ryrolf.
kind of don't dip into your brother's wardrobe.
Yeah.
In the world.
Unclear, of
Classic.
course.
This is clearly a 3-bet incoming for Greenwood.
So
Pounding
another one,
out
by
is
the way.
Garrios as Wyroth
Fresh off the
activates at the
heels.
right time to
Having 3-bet Tyler's open
take it
with
away.
Botez in between. Here he
Nicely done
comes
there from
after
the commander.
Tyler
How many kids do you have,
again.
boys?
This time, of course, Cornell
Wow. Yeah, God bless you.
can dig in.
It's amazing, like 4K.
He's definitely going to at least
have
call
And
the
I have
earlier
a
position that you open raise
I wish I could
from,
have more,
the more likely you played as a
How old are
flat.
you?
41.
just because it's harder to get your opponent to blast
like,
away
when I come
against
to
you,
Canada,
and
just
there
I
comes
said,
the call.
Oh,
But
I wish
if
I
this
could
position was
come
like
to
button
Canada
versus
or,
small blind, then you'll
yeah.
see more four
Oh,
bets
there
from
you said
Cornell.
40.
and
Oh, you're so
looking
young,
to get
man.
it in.
Yeah, for Canada, yeah. But when you're born in Ukraine, you know.
98
40.
in the middle.
He's
Queen
still young
6-4.
Okay, okay.
Cornell's offsuit ace king.
Are you from Ukraine?
Yeah, from Kyiv.
Not going to be altogether
fours for
interested in
Queen
this
zero.
one, although
Has issues.
unclear how Greenwood
When-
is
when
going to
the
feel
war
about it. One
starts,
club
we
out
were
there,
in Thailand.
two
Like
overs.
To see
vacation
Greenwood
with
see
my
bet in
Okay.
this spot. He's
And
got
we
backdoor
just had a
clubs,
long
2
vacation,
overs.
you know, like 3 years.
And
It
also
did- wow,
ace
it didn't
king
go back.
blocks a
Yeah.
lot of the queen X
didn't go back.
combos, like
Yeah.
king queen
We
ace
had,
king,
like, very
and ace
few
queen I mean.
suitcases, you know, in Phuket,
So
and
a lot
we
of
spent there
C
6
bets
months,
here,
we didn't know
multi-barrel
what to do.
turns, especially if
went
it's like a
home to Canada.
jack or 10,
And
just
now
because
we
you
And
can
with your
clear out
belongings at home, what did
7s
you
through
do?
9s.
Yeah, just nothing.
Now in Cornell, when
I
you play
sold
your
a
hand
few cards,
passively
like, that's
pre of
all.
ace
Okay.
king, you pretty much call
Damn.
almost any bet on the flop.
Like,
Lots
It's
of turns as
unimaginable. Imagine for
well.
us, you know, you have a home, you go to holidays, and then the war breaks out, and what are you
Yeah,
gonna do? right?
Precisely how it
Still
goes
have
down.
house and
Another
apartment
50,000
back.
into the middle.
it's not beautiful people
Now
live
the
in
turn.
my house. My father living in my apartment.
Okay,
Both
so
players the
yeah,
Broadway
just
gut
those
shot.
ones
Ace of
looking after.
diamonds becoming more relevant.
Now everything is okay, if I can say like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so
One
there
day,
should
like,
be a
just
lot of
holding
2
every
barrels
single
from
night.
Greenwood on this card to target.
Paired king high
7s
flop with a
through
couple of
9s
clubs
and
here as we lay out
6x.
for
He also
Story
bet very
time
small on
from
a
the
flop, just
Ukrainian man.
25k, so he probably
Definitely,
invites
maybe it could
backdoor
be a wish as well.
check call of
flush
10K.
draws
I
to
saw
float the flop. He does
they
check
do
it
on
Jacks
over
the best.
though.
YouTube channel.
Okay. Oh.
Goes
Joey
check,
concerns
check.
For Cornell.
And the river is of
Take
no
just 3
consequence
streets of value.
whatsoever as
We can
played.
use
Than
it
just
without
checking.
faults, right? We can like share a
It
link
feels like
or
if you got this
something,
far
like,
base
give
king,
him a
you're
chance.
looking to check it.
Oh, wow.
As played.
Nice.
1 hour delay.
How do you feel about that?
Probably the 20 minutes.
Numero cuatro
Greenwood and Cornell feel
has
the same
downed
way.
the jacks of Corneth.
Yeah, 1 hour, I think.
Halfway
is
there.
by default.
Let's see
And they
whether or
are
not the
going to
sizing
carve it
here
up.
is such that Corneth might stay interested. 50
Is
into
that
61.
an eagle head
He's
with
going to have his doubts, obviously.
stars and stripes
all over his
sunglasses
face.
on Tyler's hat, by the way?
I thought it was googly eyes for
You
a
can see
second,
King
but
X
you
attached to this line.
I feel
course.
like it
I
is.
think
You
that
know,
was
we're
Cornell's
not
main
anywhere
concern.
near the
South
4th of
like
July.
5x often.
We're fairly
Almost
near
equal.
the coast of the
Oh, yeah,
United
well,
States in terms of
Block some
patriotism.
club draws
Your
with the jack
parents
of
moved
clubs.
again, right?
But
My
Not
parents
ideal.
moved to,
Choice of head
That's so
Canada.
speaking more appropriate an eagle with a Santa hat.
You born in fall.
Light call.
Yeah,
I was
that
actually born in
definitely I
Greece.
Stab
think
now.
is.
It was the only way to escape
In
communism at
range.
the time.
Meanwhile,
Through
those
Greece.
of you not in range of the Bahamas, there's another way
But
to
yeah,
get
same
your
story, the
beaks
king was
wet.
nothing.
And that is, of course, signing up
Back in the
at
day,
GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room, offering you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Simply sign up with a new account. Use promo code Paradise2024. Drop $20 off.
I think the best
Get yourself 2.5x on the investment. It all happens at GG Poker. Score yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender.
Community outside of Ukraine, but it's so huge. Like we had like 1.4 million people who call themselves Ukrainians in Canada.
Really?
For whole 40
Wow,
years.
look at a
Even-
new player
yeah,
sitting
people with
the bucket
Canadian
hat.
Is that Tom Axel Bedell by chance?
Dun, dun, dun. Go ahead. No, but
Randy,
that
are you
bucket
really
hat
are you really bobbing
cheap.
your head to the beat here?
I missed the EDM, not gonna
Fashion
lie,
reporter
but this
Randy
works
Lou
for Paradise.
advised that
Looks
that
like
is
Wyrot
Vuitton
has
collection.
been putting in enough work to claim the chip lead over at the Reeve table, north of 700,000. Dennis Shufarin
The table
Second
Yeah,
behind
he's
him.
blending right on in. Obviously,
The
there's island
Americans
vibes to the
have
bucket
emerged
hat.
at
Kind
the
a
top of the
summery
leaderboard
blend.
over at Lagoon. Zaki, Moneymaker. Next
Timepiece
Cotter.
looks like it might not be on the cheap side either.
Oh,
As the
This might be the
linen-clad
biggest.
Ukrainian takes Jack 10 suited
Like a
on
guess.
arrival and makes it 3 bets to 35,000.
Good read, Vanessa. You still
Sinus.
got it.
5 million people.
Yeah.
You know, in Brazil, there is
Welcome
10
to
million
table.
Lebanese.
Wow.
Lebanese in Brazil.
How many more do you have
there
behind?
are 10
Couple more.
million in Brazil.
Couple more.
This is so
Until the
sad. I
registration
would say this
closes.
is so
That
sad.
was like back in the days, you know, everybody moved.
35.
I'm gonna assume he's not on his first bullet
Our
based on
word,
that
like,
conversation.
It's crucial. Like,
Trying not to
you
shine
know,
lights
like
on
we have
these
like
things,
60
but
million.
you're
like,
probably right.
Roughly 60 million
Looks
Ukrainians
like a big pool.
in our world. and like 42 before the war in Ukraine. So like almost 20 millions like around the world.
I'll take the
over to
under
Cornell
on
now.
42 million still in Ukraine, Dennis.
0 data points off of which to make our decision in terms of opposition.
Understandable.
Very first hand that
Sip of
Sinus
coffee.
has been
I
dealt.
don't know what you put in there.
Announcing himself here and
Okay,
three-betting an
okay.
under-the-gun open
Pocket
at nines.
mind you.
Cornell's sevens
Bringing in
turning
for
into third
reasons
pair effective. And how
understandable
about a
as Dennis
flush draw
chose to
and a
limp
gutter?
it. Luo, who
Queen high board.
got punked.
For this 10 jack of hearts, plenty of
Thank you.
excuses to proceed.
Everyone can bet it.
They have
Muscled
Muscled
off of the
turn.
set,
Type of
decided to
hand.
take it to 6,000. King
Max
10 comes up
pressure.
empty on a queen high rainbow
1
flop.
hour delay?
Buddy.
Yeah, 1 hour delay.
It's
Checking.
already very difficult for Cornell to continue against a C-bet, which is to make the nines feel great.
James, how much
Expecting
does your
queen X to bet.
device cost there? Like, it's pretty negligible, 50 bucks or something?
Kind of expect him to just give up here on the flop.
Just wondering, like,
Two
how
sevens.
much tech is in this thing.
No heart in hand.
Out of position.
And yet, supposed to be up against a fairly narrow range. If someone's willing to 3-bet your under-the-gun open.
There's no, like, there's nothing digital in it, it's just a magnet.
Pretty obvious. I mean, he just came back from injury, but
Bet and
Do you
take
wear
it.
it anywhere outside the
Puckers
poker
and-
table and sleep? Or is it just,
bad.
okay.
Others, what's his name? Butker or something. He missed.
He was,
Really, yeah, long.
but he came back from. He just. This is his first game back, I think.
Well, this table feels a little different, Randy.
It's a little cold. No noise. You can hear a pin drop.
I have very good memories of Toronto.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Long time ago.
Ace-8 suited. I would imagine
I used to be
the
visit
pin drop
to
effect
the other feature.
will come and go.
the most easy there. Oh, it's true.
Chips
For the time
dropping.
being, for the first time.
Long time ago.
Everybody just
24.
keeping mum as
Probably were just kids.
Pikatsowitz. 3-bets to King Jack.
He's 3-bet large, 4x in position. Not something you see too often, perhaps due to the queen suited for Ryan DePaulo. Definitely going to get in some trouble here. He gets out moneymaker, yeah.
Just
Well,
bowing
listen,
out with
trouble
the
is
ace-8
sort of
suited.
DePaulo's
mainly because of
brand,
the
if I'm being
sizing.
honest. He likes
Goes up
to
against
stir the
3Xs.
pot a bit, and here he
More
is
likely
under
to
a flannel
continue.
supreme
Don't wanna play out of
and
position
presiding over
too often post
a
flop.
king, queen of hearts.
Back out here in the field. Good time for us to check in with
Doesn't
one
three-bet
Seth Davies.
at a
Seth,
bad
if you could
time
stand up for me
versus
for a quick second, please.
Cavalieri.
All right, coming off a final table in the Triton Main.
Good
coming
news
off
for
quite the year.
DePaulo
How do you feel
is,
about your
given the
game
deep
right now?
stacks,
Good, yeah,
shouldn't
playing with
see
a lot of
Cavalieri
confidence. It's easier
put in
to
a
kind
4-bet.
of be feeling yourself when things are going well. So yeah, I feel good about everything right now.
Quickly for us so we can get you back to the action. How do you change your approach when you enter a big field main event versus the smaller field high buy-ins?
Yeah, so big field stuff. You're just
Call
playing with
from
a lot
the
of guys you haven't played with
Brazilian,
before, so you really got to pay attention and see what everybody's up
Found
to.
top pair
whereas
here on a queen
in
10-9
the bigger
board where
binds,
the
it's
king
a
of
smaller player
hearts
pool,
is
and
working
you
harder
kind of
than that
have a
ace.
preconceived notion of what's going on. So
Cavalieri
yeah, just got to
in
pay
good
attention
shape,
and
out kicking
play every hand
top
individually.
Appreciate the time as always. Best of
The
luck. Thanks,
texture
Seth.
is
Cass,
so
send it back to you.
coordinated that, yeah, it doesn't surprise me
Thanks,
that
Jeff,
DePaulo
and
checks this one
thank you
back.
to Seth
but
as
even
well.
if there was a bet on the flop, you know what? Cavalieri wouldn't have a hand strong enough to go for a check raise. But now that it goes to check, Cavalieri's going to feel very
Throw some
happy
curveballs
about
at him.
his queen.
Gotcha, Seth.
And let's see if DePaulo expresses pride.
King, queen, 5, all
In
diamonds.
this king, queen, provided he's given the opportunity.
Quite the... And a
I'm
semi-buff
not so worried
with
about the 9x.
gut shot. I mean, open and straight draw
So
with
it will
diamonds.
be Cavalieri who speaks first. 34 into 60.
Definitely reasons to proceed. Now he makes a pair of 10s.
Pretty much a mandatory
Money
call
maker.
as we go to the river card.
Action goes check, check, board pairs.
Both players with enough showdown value.
Another 68 in the middle.
They shouldn't
Pot up
want
to
to inflate this pot and
128.
value own themselves.
Apollo in bad
The
shape.
5x
Needs a
is
jack
going to bet
or
how
a
much?
king. 9 for a chop.
half the pot.
Board double pairs
I
here.
don't really feel like this is a value bet. Not a great river
7K.
card for Cavalieri. It's
Money.
reasonable
quickly
that
calls
the
and
3-bet
takes
like
it.
10x and check back flop, just giving it would be
And yeah,
second
this
pair.
was kind of a 5 that
I don't think was
Although I don't
entirely
believe
certain
he
what it was looking
induces
to accomplish
from
at
worse by
that
checking,
sizing
so
on the river there.
Seems like
I prefer checking in that spot. Ace queen. Sure, maybe. Usually the 5 is the best hand against ace high, but ace high, I'm not sure if they're looking to call you anyways. Just check and
Undaunted
chips
by the
against a 10x
presence
like that,
of
or
10s and
9x
9s on
shy.
board. Value pursuits to the tune of 78,000 now from Cavalieri, and DePaulo
And they already had
has
the
to try and
snow.
put together the hands that he beats. Are diamond combos maybe a thing?
2000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A little bit of diamond combos, sure. It is out of position, so
It goes up to like 37.
that a little bit, just because I don't
3700.
really expect Cavalieri to be defending as much out of position. Back on over to this table. Jack comes to mind as a bluff. Conversations continue. I don't think DePaulo thinks he's up against Jack 10x too often. They often wouldn't bet the turn as played. Rairot. He's also under-repped his hand with that flop.
Raising
check
it up.
He's gonna feel like
with
he
the
needs
suited
to
one
defend.
gapper. This is the
Spotted
time to
pretty
do
high
things
frequency
such as this,
queen.
early, deep. Part of the program that many of the super high roller pros have alluded to as being the most profitable, Randy, where you can really put together a big stack. Cannizzaro,
Call.
King Jack offsuit.
Announces
in a good
call.
way here. 3 bets to 15.
Well, he didn't
Boy,
raise
that
Jack 9 suited to just fold.
feels a little bit
3x
dirty
with
when a man gets
position.
after you,
Deep
hipping with
stack,
ace
so
queen on a
flop
board such
we
as
go.
this against your pre-flop 3 bet.
Haha.
Uh-oh. Top pair and an open ender for
Great river bet
Cannizzaro.
there. Had he
Reasons to
checked, maybe
continue,
DePaulo
but
just checks that one
you
back
can
and
see
doesn't
why
have
Rob with the
additional
second
chips.
nut straight here has him in a way. Feels like there was a Cannizzaro little just bit of a checks it though. cliffhanger.
He
started things off nicely for
Yeah, I
Cavalieri.
like this check.
DePaulo sort of waved
It's like half the
his
field,
hand in
isn't
the
it?
air
Can't
before
really
putting it
play a
into the
flop
muck.
that's
We were special.
too big with his hand, just top pair.
Some in the chat
But
asking,
his hand has
We're
enough
gonna
find
showdown
out where
value
Alex
with
Botez
defensive
is. Well,
properties.
she's right there in the foreground on the left of your
Diamonds,
screen.
you can
Yes,
see
she
it.
did play
Check
yesterday,
call,
but
check
she's back
call,
in the
check
saddle
the
here
side.
today.
Tried in that one. was-
Queen
Thought you had it, but I guess we'll find out later. Good
puts
luck.
in some full houses.
Kind of feeling.
Although I don't
I had
believe
9, I would've
Rairot
believed my
will be
life.
too scared of full houses, as 2 pair plus often just c-bets the flop. Oh?
There's
See
Colby
Cannizzaro.
Covington, the UFC
That was
fighter. He was in
concerned.
the ring yesterday,
Exactly.
And as we can
dishing
see,
out and
he's
taking a
got
few
good
lumps,
reason.
and now
Oh,
our WSOP tournament director,
Jack
Andy
9.
Tillman,
Bella Gioia.
walking him
Interesting.
down.
Pot
That
control
handshake could be
there,
kind of stiff, Andy. Careful.
As both of these guys are kind of wary of one another.
Covington
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
works
I kind
his
of
way into a
prefer
fresh
betting
stack.
Jack 9 that
Back
spot.
over at the feature.
I feel like
I
there's
love
a lot
how
of
we
like
get all
ace
these
queens
celebrities to
that
come out
flop,
for the Super
main,
Main,
all the different
now
pros
there's a
as
30K
well.
bet.
It's just a great stop.
I mean, listen, it's pretty
Probably just
cold in
put
a lot
himself
of
in a
places,
situation to
northern
just call
hemisphere
now,
right about
as
now.
played.
Coming down to the Bahamas to soak up a little sun and play a little high stakes. What's wrong with that? As Sinis with 2 queens has
30K
played
into
back
58.
from the big here. Half pot territory. Yachman with ace 10.
I wonder why he didn't bet the turn.
Sort of
And
caught in the middle of
now
things.
he's
Yeah,
raising.
yeah, there's something that kind of isn't
Not the
in sync
opener,
about that.
rather a flat caller.
But maybe he was trying to induce. Maybe he's trying to make his hand be a little bit more
Hang in
confusing.
and does find the ace.
It's also probably he had some concerns on a turn, but when he saw his opponent bet so small in the river, problematic board for Cenis to raise, and it worked out. He got paid off quite handsomely, given that this is his type of texture.
You surprised that Cannizzaro did make the call there on the
It's a
river?
little bit easier to play your hand too. Yeah, a little bit, but then again, he probably didn't expect on frequency better hand. But now though ace 10, so that's what paid off. Pretty nice. But Rairot needs to be worried about bigger aces. We'll play it slow. You mentioned it. The early level is where there is potential value to be had.
And Wyrot's been doing damage. Chip leading here. So pot grows to
Blinds up to 2 and
147,000
3,000
with a
with a
3K
3K
ante.
ante.
Of course, on a board such as
You're a
that,
developer in Miami?
getting flatted
Investor.
always
Okay.
gives us some concerns
I'm a developer.
about whether or not Yachman's range includes the ace
You can be
X.
my investor.
So the brakes get pumped here.
Don't mind checking this back for ace 10.
Yeah, pot control out of Yachman. Backdoor spade arrival. He has the ace
rise,
of
high rise?
spades.
East Bank. Okay. No, not really. I traveled there once, but. Okay.
Now with the second check in front of us.
There was a call, yeah?
Convinced there isn't a bigger ace lurking. Yachman barrels.
Pretty much targeting exactly jacks, queens, and kings.
Okay.
With a limp under the
Not
gun.
many worse aces out there,
So it's going to
especially
be
a
like a
3-bet
low-rise
pot.
community or mixed use, but nothing vertical.
Could have busted hearts in his spot, so the queens. You know, holding queen of hearts is not nice though, because you're
Low
blocking.
limps, and
like
now
queen, jack of
Cannizzaro
hearts,
fresh
queen,
off
10
of the
hearts
wound.
That probably would take the same
Left
line.
behind by Jack 9 of spades.
Yeah.
Decides the
Big
suited
for
one
land.
gapper.
It's hard to get land financing on
Don't
that. You
mind
guys ready to close
folding
it?
here,
Wants to see what's what.
even though the price is pretty good. Well, we get to close the action of 5-4 suited, but he's not going
Is
to
it like
take
an option to close
this
it down
option.
the road?
Looks
You
like
guys
Sinus
It's
wants to
going
keep
no heads
Yachman
up.
honest.
Or is
Finds
it-
the 40K call. Jan Peter taxing those
Jack
queens.
8. Garrios
Keeps building.
stuck around, has himself second pair versus bottom pair.
That's what he's
Obviously
doing, whether he's
doesn't
playing
expect 10-8
2-card
to be
or
what's
4-card.
As soon as I stack chips, can stack chips.
We call it an APS in Canada. That's like an agreement of purchase and
You see
sale.
the German
You guys
flag,
call it a purchase and sale
you
agreement.
know,
Definitely going to be uncomfortable for the queen jack
Generally,
pre-flop raiser.
someone
see better an ace
play
high
the
board.
game representing it.
He's grabbing.
You ever invest in
calling
Canada?
chips? It
Americans,
looks like.
Selbst and Cornell there.
Too complicated
Another
tax-wise,
30
I
into
assume.
the pot.
Vanessa did step
Board
away
pairing
from
ace,
poker
and that's actually cozy
for
for
a long time.
Garrios.
Entered the world of
Right about that
finance.
reduces the chances his opponent has an ace.
Such a
He's
sharp
definitely out. Definitely
mind.
out, but it's just he's still got like a whole year
617,000
to wait, right?
in front of her.
But why do you
Yeah,
think
even
this
Vanessa
gonna
is
change,
willing
like,
to take
next year?
time
I
out
mean,
of
like,
her
economic
busy
growth,
schedule to
like,
come out to this
someone
Paradise
new,
event.
Listen, you're in finance. You know a good deal when you see
Good
one.
recognition from Cannizzaro to realize that the
$1
8 is
guarantee.
rarely good. Target the jack, try to put pressure on that.
Because like,
It's not going to immediately flip if you have a bad economy and you have like a like a lot of
JNT.
unemployment. But
Activating with
I
ace
think
8 of hearts, pocket
it's kinda
fives
like
now.
what happens
Fitzinus
with,
is
like,
thinking,
Elon and,
am
like,
I just going to
Trump
get
coming
involved in
power,
all
like,
of these
leading up to
hands?
that, there's a lot of optimism. There's a
Flats.
lot of people that can start getting confident.
Looking for a
yeah,
nickel,
but, as I
Botez.
understood, like, the
Usually
problem
defend here
was,
with the king-queen.
the problem
Definitely
started
coming
from
in.
Like as I understood,
Cannizzaro
I'm not Canadian,
not
so
off
when
the
I'm
Early
gas.
position
He's been
raise,
at
we don't
30.
need to squeeze.
Oh, you know, through the, but then I asked.
I feel
when
like
it started,
Garros is going to
it
pitch this
started,
one.
like, just before, after the call.
Yeah.
Thinking maybe
Not
he's
really.
just
Like
drawing
it started
dead.
right when he came into power in like
Looking up at
2015.
ace,
like
queen,
our GDP
Nicely
deuce.
done,
Top pair for the
Cannizzaro.
opener to have second
exact same
pair
line.
for
And, like,
Botez.
after that, there was a big divergence, right? So like the U.S. kept on growing, and Canada since 2015 just went down. So it's like that's just a data point. You can look at that graph, and you can see it's like directly attributable to the Liberals becoming into power. Right.
This is interesting information. Like,
14K follow
every time
through.
In Canada, everyone, when someone hates someone, every time everyone.
Gotta see
I
one
said,
more
well, okay,
card
maybe he's
here
a nice guy.
for this
Because
price.
like 90% of
Could be just a
like people in Canada just
standard C bet.
But
That's
how
not
it's
going to
possible
fire
that he
multiple
is like
barrels.
prime minister like for like how many like 8 years or something?
Well,
Turn
his,
on the turn,
Like,
two-tone
and they
texture
all hate
now.
him, and,
King
but
of
he is prime
clubs,
minister. Like,
relevance.
this is strange.
his dad was prime minister before.
Quick
right?
check back from
I didn't
JNT, by the way.
Yeah.
Backdoor
Yeah, so
flush
once
does
your family
arrive.
is kind of some political pull.
It's a good run out for Botez.
But he was a drama teacher.
she's gonna hunt
That's
showdown
his
here.
profession.
And JNT is not going to hunt value.
Now you took out the
Cannizzaro with another
Now we have-
excuse
now we
to
have
get
a
involved.
problem,
This
right?
time a more
Yeah.
legitimate
Glimmer
one
of
with the
hope when
pocket
you have the
10,
king-queen
opening the
after
cutoff to 7,000.
the
KTB
opener.
in the YouTube
Yeah.
chat, Randy,
Followed through on the flop, obviously, but then checks
is
back.
surmising
And
that
river,
perhaps
where you think,
Cannizzaro
okay,
is actually
Especially the Snapchat back.
the
then,
famous
like,
harassment thing.
showdown.
Turkish
And then he
muck
had,
your
like,
hand.
2
sharpshooter
years
from the
of
Olympics.
something.
Okay.
Go into politics now, like
Oh,
my
you're
dad.
turning your hand over. I see the look.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, the
that's-
pot
I
is
mean-
going the other way.
Real doppelganging. Top set now for Cannizzaro as he squares off with Garrios once again.
You ever
King,
play
queen
against those
misses.
guys live who, even when they have a loser, they always turn their hand over, so you got to sweat
Well, first of all, I think he's
every
Bullseye
single
flop
time, no
board.
matter what, because sometimes it's a winner,
Top sets.
sometimes it's not.
Like,
Whereas most
good
people, you're
hair
used
can
to
go a
them
long
just
way.
mucking it
Trump
face
is
down.
not good
Yeah.
looking. He's speaking like, okay, not good
Snap
speaking,
call,
but he's
king,
still
queen high.
president, right? In the
Peeling.
United States, they have different
Find another
minds.
gutter as
Like,
Garrios.
people after 80 should be president. Like, I don't speak on polarizing topics. Yeah, I'm just
You saw Greenwood offering to kind of help JNT stack his chips.
Plus, we're on air a
That's
little bit too, right? So
in part due to the fact that they have plenty of rapport from having played the super high roller circuits at Triton with
yeah,
one
because
another.
for me it's easy, right?
JNT always looked after
no, exactly.
by the staff. and the players for that matter.
I would
right?
like to see
It's not
Jansen
about the
stack
finance,
Greenwood and
like,
have Greenwood stack his chips after.
Don't wish that upon Sam. It would be awkward, though. You're not wrong about that. As things getting awkward here for Cornell. King Jack suited, cut off open. 10 became 30. Courtesy of the very active stack of the Ukrainian on the button. Ace Jack, understandable. Maestro decided to cold call from the big with Jack 10.
Pretty loose.
Yeah, he's in a bad way here. Ace 8 deuce board. Pre-flop
Check
3
calls the
betters all over.
15K.
Yeah, but
No pair.
Coming out swinging with just
not
Jack
have
high.
any elections right now. Like, but already terms like we have to, but it's like war. You know, like
The story doesn't really add up to me. Is
yeah,
you're
he's
not
just
the
like,
one
I don't
that's
know,
the pre-flop aggressor,
he's just in there,
which
like,
has
he's
a lot
just
of ace
president,
X, so
who is waiting for his
for him
election.
to lead here
like when
is
the war
a bit
stops,
suspicious,
like,
especially if he had a big
if
hand.
it
You would
stops
think
next
he'd want
day,
to slip it
we
on
can,
over to
start,
the
like,
perceived
something about elections. We don't know because we don't have
range advantage.
Yes, yes,
35K,
it's like 5 years.
recognizing the
and
ace is a bit
already,
scary
like,
for the
almost
check
6
call
years.
range, hoping for some crying calls. or
Maestro
induction.
peeling with that
It's
Jack
well done.
10
Another
and
helping of
finding
his
an
chips
open
that comes
ender
out.
on the turn.
Well, if you got this far
When you
with
have like
Jack
30%
10, you
of
turn
territory
this
is
card,
invaded, like,
makes sense to continue.
Everyone wants to, but everyone understands
Now, I
that
say
it's
Peel
very
obviously is the man who let out on the flop.
doesn't
That's not
matter, like,
necessarily the way to
who
describe it,
has
but
to
he's
call.
worked his way into some equity and now finds a 60K barrel.
But
See
the
these
war- when the war
calls,
finishes,
pot up to
like, we would have- we would
276.
do- I think, like,
But the
people
7 or
from
queen that were
army
needed
would
do
be
not arrive. Board pairing ace on the end. And let's see if Maestral's done with it. Looks over at Sinus and the bluff continues. 125,000 now. And it does feel a lot to me, Randy, like just click call and find out what this man who led into my pre-flop 3-bet is working with might be the only path forward.
Yeah, it seems like the only
Hornets with
path
jacks
forward.
now.
I suppose maybe Maestral's got like an ace queen
had a
as
good hand,
played,
so-
so you don't really want to value on yourself with a raise. You can see he's uncomfortable, but he's got trip
most
aces
of the
with
time
a
you're
jack
living in
kicker.
Italy
It's
right now.
pretty
Travel a
strong.
lot
Okay.
for work, but home base is Italy.
I mean, you presume that the ace-king would have
When I
four-bet
was a
pre-flop,
kid, I
so
lived,
it's
like,
really
when
the
I was
ace-queen
12, I lived 1 month
that we're worried about and
in
nothing
Italian
further,
family.
so the
They
call
didn't
is
speak
flicked
English,
in,
I
and
didn't speak
Maestro,
Italian.
with a little grin there,
So, like, best
got out of line.
Okay.
Not the first time we've seen him do that, by the way. There was a 6-4 suited earlier,
Chips will
where he
come
tried
in.
to 3-bet and open from
Italian,
Jan
but I
Peter
have to
Jachmann's
look.
aces. Got punished pre, and that one had stepped aside.
Back in the day,
Kyono
Yeah, it seems like the game plan for
continues to
Maestro
play
right now is early levels, just
with
try to run up a stack,
eye-watering
pushing
pace.
action a bit.
12K bet and called.
You know,
8 on the
plenty of
turn.
stack to
Nothing
play
for the
for.
jacks to be afraid of.
Better to play loose in the early levels than the later.
Ace of clubs was working hard on the flop, no
Did,
longer
they say
here
they're
on the turn.
gonna, like split up our table after the next break? Is that what happens? Or
I'm not sure.
okay. Every break, really? Okay. Wow.
Ace king now for Jachmann. Chip leading since the
Every break.
he's
onset
out.
Certainly.
40K.
of this feature. Good night.
So they're gonna move us like to.
10 to go. 2.5x. Suited king now for the Ukrainian. So Chance's hat has to be from the gift shop
Royal Towers.
at his tower, right? So like if you go to your gift
sit
shop,
this
if
one
you're
out.
staying in a different tower here at Atlantis, you can get, you know, I mean, doesn't that promote gangs? You know, you got the Royal guys over here, and then the Reef guys, Beach, Cove, Coral, no action.
Yes,
For a coral
if-
hat, you just have like a piece of coral on the hat. If you know, you know.
Gangs, really? We're promoting gangs with.
I mean, there's a lot of territory out here to cover.
You know,
Yeah.
Randy,
Hard to
we
hear.
were
from
allowed.
that end.
Are we
I
allowed
haven't
to
seen
say
any
something?
graffiti,
Really?
which, you know,
Quite
generally points to
interesting.
such things. But
You win.
I would just reach into the
But I'm ready to
field and
spray
find
paint
one
some
knocked
stuff
up
if
there
you
on the
are.
bottom at this
No,
table,
I'm
just
not
to see whether or not they
actually.
would pick up where they left
Really,
off
I'm
after.
not looking to
Come
get
on,
stopped
man.
at the
Jabbering one another
customs.
and the super high roller PLO
All
out in
right,
JJ.
buddy, you promoting gang violence here. You're promoting. Well, you're not promoting the conch.
I wouldn't say I'm definitely not promoting the conch.
Thank you.
I'm not promoting gang
Self's
violence.
gonna
I'm
speak up.
exploring the
King
merits
7
of it.
Suited.
Perhaps, you know, once you run out of activities, 2 weeks here, you know, it could be something fun. You know, we take your daughter out and show her how to
Maestro
tag.
dominating.
So who do you think will win the Super Bowl this year? Who is your
calls
favorite?
and finds the nut flush draw on an 8-5 deuce board.
You think we should have a battle between the reef table and the coral table later? They just an all-out brawl.
Yeah, I
It
think the
wouldn't
Lions,
surprise me if Maestro plays his hand very fast. You can tell he kind of wants
Is it just me,
to
or
build
did
a pot quickly. 12 KC, but he's
name
got the nut
just
flush
change?
draw.
They will get exactly in the playoffs. They will
Just calls with that green chip. Didn't change. It's been Capriles all along.
It has not been Capriles So far the out whole front time. Of Vanessa
What's
with
going on
position,
out
not
here?
feeling the need to inflate things. Obviously a little bit shell-shocked.
You notice how you mentioned that he looked like
having
the
lost
Olympian
a bundle of
soon
chips
after the
on
name
two prior
changes.
occasions in which he entered pots. Well, here he is with top pair for comfort.
I'm just, I'm not messing with this.
Maybe Vanessa thinks this is her card to represent.
Well, that's definitely her
She
card.
went in there for the real thing. Yeah, the mic adjustment there was...
double barreling.
Okay.
There was different approaches. Clearly not
At
going
least
to
it was
work
quick.
against top pair and nut flush draw.
Nope. So maybe we do.
18K now from Selbst. And the story, under normal circumstances, would check out. The only trouble is the ace she's trying to rep is parked in front of Maestro, and he does not waste time. Putting in the raise to 60,000.
Suited.
Chip leader. Jig is up here for Vanessa, I would imagine.
Rattles his saber
Yeah,
modestly
the jig
with
is
a
up.
click.
There's not much she can do,
Farin?
even if she suspects that Maestro is out of line
Sixes.
sometimes. You just
So
have
set
king
mining.
7
King
wrong
10 now
color.
for Will.
I think kind of surprise will be LA Rams. Last week.
I can't recall. Pot Lord's won, so he's going to take matters
Boy, imagine
into
some
his own
sort of
hands and
wilderness
just
in which she were to
drive it up
three-bet
with
and
king
force
10 off.
Maestro into a flat, but with 129 back, I just don't think
I don't really
it's
believe you have
particularly
anything, but I also
available. And Vanessa declares
uh,
she's a non-believer, but
coming
does
for the
lay
right.
it down, as we can see.
Position, deep
Maestro
stacks.
had all of it.
His range a little bit capped, but
I gotta say, this 3-bet with the king 10, I feel like Luo's out there paying a lot of attention because that chip leading stack has been active on the higher side of VPIP.
yeah, of course. You know, he's seen Ryrot open Jack-9 suited early
Right. Yeah, if she
position,
were to
all
make
3-bet,
3-bet.
so it makes sense. that
And
he's
then
attacking
Maestro
at
were to
this
flat,
point.
and then Vanessa.
Perceiving the sixes to be.
Here we
is the
are
blender
back
on
out
the
in the
weak
field,
range.
day one, D of
Shavarin
the WSOP
did
Superman.
hang
Let's steal
around
Jesse
and now
Lonis once
finds
more.
himself
Not as
an
much poker
overpair
talk here,
on
though he
this
is firing the
board.
Mystery Millions online. You got to ball with Tony Parker today?
Yeah, that was really
will
cool.
go with this? 74,000
I knew he was
now
here,
heads
and
up
like,
with
they said
position
that
and
it
the
would be
betting
possible.
lead.
So we
Like
got
see
to
betting
finally
the spot,
today, and
especially with one
you know,
diamond and
that
one
was
club
like
in
a
hand, you block some of the
obviously I grew up a big
flush
basketball
draws,
fan, so
backdoor clubs.
Tony
as well.
Parker's a legend to
He'll be
anybody who
looking
loves basketball.
forward
So
to 50K.
yeah, it
is
was an amazing
quite
experience.
healthy.
You're too modest to admit this, so I'm going to have to
Two-thirds
pry a little
top.
bit. Who won in horse? Or I think we called it WSOP between you and Tony.
I beat him in WSOP somehow. I mean, you know, I'm sure he wasn't giving it his all,
It's
probably.
one of the
but,
better
I
flops,
mean,
of
I don't
course.
know. Yeah,
It's an
I got
overpair
lucky in
still.
that, and then
Well, if he's up
he
against an
dusted
overpair
everybody when they
himself,
played 3-on-3. So.
fine, 2 outs.
Yeah.
Finally, as a thank you from the World
Nice
Series
here.
of Poker and
Keeping
GG Poker for the amount of
high
bullets
cards
that you
honest.
put in this
Yeah.
25K,
Street.
50 million, we'd like to offer you a free
Jack on the
no
turn,
gamble, no
Luo
future
adrift.
patch. There you go. So thank you very much for contributing
Second one
hundreds
I
of
got.
thousands of dollars to the prize pool.
Of course,
Appreciate
yeah.
the time, Jesse. Go crush it,
Yeah,
okay?
Position, of course, is
Guys, let's
pesky
send it
as
back to
well,
you.
but we've told the story to this point.
Wow.
And it's the kind of board
From
texture where
being
you do
flattered
expect a lot of stickiness out of
For
somebody who
having
called our
defeated the
pre-flop
legendary
3-bet with the
Tony
2
Parker
overs.
in not horse but WSOP to being showered for having put in
Kinda
all
like
of those
barreling
bullets
off
into
here
this
for a
25K.
little.
We try not to shine lights on these sorts of things.
Shavarin's range
We cast
is
our
a
gaze
lot of
upon
6s,
Selbst and
7s,
Yachman.
8s, and 9s. Something that wasn't
intertwined
strong
here.
enough to 3-bet. But let me tell you one more thing, Ollie.
Okay.
In
Jeff
the middle.
The
We
kind of
reviewed
hand
Jesse
that,
Lonis
Randy,
the
that
other
you
day.
could have leaned on if you wanted to as
Why you think
Luo, but
he's
instead he chooses to
into
check.
him again? Yeah, I think
showered
he
him.
could
Yeah,
credibly
but Lonis
represent
should
an
know better
overpair
at this
with another
point.
bet
Maybe word
and
has
one
not
more
come
on the
down
river.
as Yachman's peel with the pocket
With
fours.
like that texture of 5-5-4.
Does not leave his holding coming up. Still
You might
lagging
not even
behind
think
the
pocket
ace king,
fours
top pair,
defends.
top kick.
5 seems so
50
unlikely
in the middle.
for the button. But he gives up on the turn.
Queen on the end.
Massive bet. Slight over bet, to be precise. This run out is very favorable for the pre-flop squeeze to do with these two. You know, the Jack and Queen doesn't rate to hit the button flat.
Out of there.
Hands like that would hit the Queen and Jack. They often just 3-bet pre, so I kind of wish Lua had bet the turn.
Efforting Selps does
probably still want to fire this river as played. He can have
kind of see
Queen X's, but he just gives it up one and done.
Left off.
And if your opponent isn't going to barrel off against into you,
results in her career,
you can profitably call these fucking
million
pairs. Just call
in total earnings before stepping aside.
You're fighting so animated.
Best career cash. $1.8 million.
He's a happy guy. Last recorded cash.
Well, you heard him during his story talking about how
if she's been playing as
he was on vacation in Thailand with his family when the war broke out in Ukraine.
Before the pandemic.
Just kind of extended it.
Falls
Just
view
the investigative
microphones,
journalist within me, I have some questions about
It's been quite a few years.
possible visa overstay situation. I would assume he went over to the consulate, had an excuse to be parking his bones in Thailand for an extended length of time. So, okay, that's fine. But then he said,
but you never retire from this game officially.
You know,
I have some great friends and my dad staying in my properties back in Ukraine. I'm like, listen, if it's so dangerous that you don't want to go back and you're out there in Thailand, why are you putting dad and your friends into the place you don't want to go back to? And just, you know, things to be explored. Although, you know, I don't want to
10K ahead.
Like maybe he's trying
Self's not going to walk away from
pick up the inheritance.
7-3 suited,
early or
closing the
something
action
like
from
that.
the
You
big,
know,
joining
my
King
mind
Jack
goes
and
weird
King
places.
9 and looking up at a 10-10-8 board.
It does. Leave it at that.
Now, the artist formerly known as Canizaro, who is now known as Capriles,
Paired board.
has picked up 2 queens, and
Checking
the
over
sizing,
Greenwood,
which
who's
was
gone.
formerly 8,000, has
Potential
become
back
29.
doors.
Corneth evaluating up front
Good
with this
attack
king
here,
four of
actually.
hearts.
Blocking continues. Seen Corneth make some light calls pre-flop. Give up. He raised under the gun
Yep.
earlier with king
If
8
the pre-flop
suited.
opener
Called a 3-bet out of
doesn't
position.
want it.
Here he is in position.
Here's my
against
chance.
Capriles, and he's defending, trying to use what is
Greenwood.
perceived post-flop advantage.
Happy to see Vanessa get out
Try
of
to
there.
win a big pot.
Jack 9-9 and a couple of clubs. Damp texture here. Capriles with the overpair after Corneth
Doesn't shake out
hung
the
in.
king 9 of clubs. Oh, look at that check.
You know, we
Cornell
saw
just keeping an eye on
do
Greenwood
something
here, and
similar
now
against
finds
Wyrock.
himself the open ender. At the same time, Greenwood
the King Jack top pair
finds a
open
gut
ender
shot
on
and a
the
flush
flop
draw.
as a 3-better out of
That's a fun
position.
card because
Took
both
the passive
players
line
improved
post.
in a meaningful way.
Here he is doing it again, and
Greenwood
Corneth
often will be
activates.
double barreling the spot
16,000
just
to bet.
because he's got so much equity. It's a very small bet. Little pocket pairs or Corneth must expect calling to have bet an overpair on the flop. Also, as played, he feels like he's up against on this run out. Ace King or Ace Queen that's going to check call flop and just check fold turns unimproved. I'd be pretty surprised if Corneth doesn't bet the turn, although the Jack is kind of a tricky one to bet on.
For Corneth, that is?
Yeah. It's less value he can represent
7,000.
his opponent if
Greenwood
they had
clearly emboldened
Ace King, Ace Queen.
by the
to check call
developments.
flop would be looking to check call turn now to keep counterfeited pairs honest.
And Cornell must concede in spite of the open ender.
Especially playing out of position as the passive
I'm sure
player
Corneth
is
doesn't think the 9 or Jack X.
If you were to call
rates to
there
hit
and you
the
don't
big
hit your
blind.
hand, you can just
Three
still
betting
lose
range
the better
versus
hands.
under the gun.
Yeah, not just that, but
he's just going to blast away.
it's tough to get
I actually
value when
think
your
he's gonna
hand is
blast
kind of
one
face up
more
when
on
it
the
gets
river.
there, right? A 6 or a Jack roll off.
90
Yeah.
You
to
activate.
95.
It's not like Greenwood is blind to that.
Exactly.
What's paying
Full
you
pot
off?
adjacent.
Meanwhile, a lot of people have been paying
Capriles
Jan
doesn't
Peter
waste
Yachtman off.
any
Up and
time
over $1 million in chips.
Making the call here.
266
But it's a call that in
bigs.
terms of vibe,
Roberto
if on
Romanello.
chance, Randy doesn't
He
feel
only
like
set a
jacks
bigger
or
stack
nines
over at the
full.
reef
Obviously,
table.
the line doesn't really read that
Apollo.
way.
And Cornell.
Pre-flop
Bringing up the
either.
rear.
But maybe that opens up the door for Corneth
As he and Wolfgang, the
to
two
lean
Americans
extra hard.
at the reef.
I do think it's a bit
On the
unclear
struggle bus,
whether
if you can
Capriles
call it
has
that,
an
still
overpair or
90
ace
and
high.
88 bigs.
Both hands probably
Nobody's
continues
panicking.
to turn.
Even Tyler with 56 bigs.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the struggle bus at
So
this point.
big on the turn. Maybe he thinks ace high takes a little bit
longer, but there was clear intentions to bet once
It
more.
is difficult, though, when
All in,
Chip
382,000, a huge decision.
Jacksonville
As
always
Capriles
gets the lines are always
is
like
put to the test.
The total points lines are always too low. Like, Jacksonville scores more than people think that they think they score.
Great hand for Capriles.
Finds the call and leaves Kornuth with just 52K. Very well served to take the passive line against an opponent who perhaps he perceived would get aggro and hang himself.
Yeah, Botez, the party starter with the Queen Jack. Maestro.
The hard eight chance did.
I don't know. I mean,
This is kind of chip leader friskiness maybe from Yachman, because with an open and a flat in front of us, that is
witness
7
protection
offsuit.
had something to do with the surname
Exactly
change there,
compulsory.
Definitely not.
We don't see that very often.
No, I
being like, hey,
no, I
hey,
don't.
come
He doesn't
along.
go by that. 998 with
Ali
a
still go
couple
by
of
Ali.
diamonds.
Someone else now.
Botez, two
Yeah,
overs in the
we
cut
should all
shot.
get a chance to change our names. What we're not going to change, though, is our advice that you head over to GG
Best
Poker,
hand found the bet.
sign up for a new account, throw 20 bucks in there, use the promo code Paradise2024, capital P,
With that ace of diamonds,
and then
bit of backdoor straight
nab a
against
free
as well.
$50 ticket to the Weekender.
see
Now,
the two opponents
free might be
behind.
a little bit of a stretch considering you
Fouls
do have to
out.
put the 20 bucks in
Botez,
there,
though,
but
with that gut shot,
nevertheless,
gotta hang in there.
it's a nice overlay.
Thank you.
Gotta imagine
Maybe
beat
not as
queen
healthy
or
as the
jack
one that
or
everybody here in
live.
the Bahamas
Still shaking.
rates to
Tend to
enjoy.
make a
If
straight.
they don't get 2,000 total entries here, but the
Has he
clip at
won?
which
We
people
were
have been
see.
rebuying within the frame of
Given
the
that
same
the
framework
fours
of the
can be
same day
counterfeited
one,
by an
or
8.
even on multiple occasions throughout all these day ones, of
even
which
a
there are going to be
5.
4 live. And of course, there was the stuff that happened online.
with the only
90
flush
people
draw.
having made it to day 3 in the cyber streets, prepared to make their way over
This
to the
guy
Bahamas
likes
to join the field, all in the
To
money.
put his foot on the gas pedal, doesn't he?
He likes to bet.
Maybe, just maybe.
He feels more comfortable
there.
having the betting lead rather
Meanwhile,
than
ace-9
playing a
offsuit.
guessing
Why
game
run?
of checks. He does pick up
Took us to
additional
7.
equity.
Shufarin
And actually
with
puts
7.
Botez
So
in a
flat
really
caller.
nasty
Capriles
spot
now,
because
3 betting.
She's getting a great price,
Once
but
again,
she could be
this
drawing
time it
dead
is
already against like a
ace-10 of
flush,
diamonds.
some full houses.
She doesn't have a diamond.
Exactly. Diamond, sure, you can hang in for a good price,
Yeah.
but without, makes sense.
Well, at long last, Maestro reaches out and pulls a pot in.
Just moments ago, we saw a 3-bet out of
This
Capriles
is off of
attached
the
to
low water
queens.
mark, and we bounce over to DePaulo and Company.
He looks casual.
Consequences and difficulties
He
with
doesn't really
infertility
look like he
out,
wants
you
to call, but
know. It
he's
is a
got
heart-wrenching
very deep
process.
stacks
Appreciate that.
against a
A
player
black
who
man
just,
actually has to insert it with his penis.
you know, he saw him call off a lot
That's the
of
hardest
chips
part
with
of all.
queens on Jack, Jack, 9-9, so if you hit a 7, you can win a huge
Well,
pot.
ma'am, I gotta go with my dick.
And then every now and again, you look up at a board like this,
think we
Jack
cut to this
4-3,
table a little bit
feels
too soon.
dry.
I would say so.
One over to your
For
7.
something else. He's like, oh, I forgot
Let's
something.
see.
And then
How far into the quicksand? Shufarin
He's looking like
drag.
Casey
Not
Affleck
very, as Capriles
right now. Is that the moon
follows up with a
man
check here in spite of
out there
action
Is that
of
his name,
last
the Moon
year,
Man?
Lord? Yeah, I believe it
But we've seen a lot of this from him. Out of position, passive posture,
From Philly,
as a pre-flop 3-better.
just captivated.
Yeah, it's the
folks.
third time we've seen him
Last
check
year.
as the
I hope
pre-flop
I'm not
3-better,
wrong.
but very balanced.
I think it's him.
snap fold, by the way.
I think
Shufarin.
I'm playing
Pocket
show
eights
deck mostly, you know,
is
like
happy
a
to
show
close
deck
the
never
action.
bluff. You always
Stavila.
have something. Did
in
you
there
ever play?
against the Queen Jack of
Like, so this is
Adams,
card
which
deck,
opened
show deck,
Santos.
six-flat hold'em. Did you
Ace
heard?
10 flat,
It's
revelations
very
that he
popular
was a
in AJ.
famous Brazilian race car
It's
driver
like
once
really
upon a time.
Okay.
effective game because,
Earlier.
like, you
Now,
win almost 50% of your hands.
An 8 would be oh so
And,
spicy
because,
on the
like,
turn
every
here
time
for
you have
reasons
really
that are
nice hands.
obvious. It would give Stavila
And very
the
popular
set.
pocket games.
Adams a
And
straight.
they run
Pre-flop razor does
on
not
price
follow
them,
through, and now a top pair,
but
top
not
kicker.
in AJ.
Santos with an
And,
opportunity to
I
announce
played
himself.
couple, and,
Yeah, this
like,
hand
it's
needs
crazy, like,
protection.
average-
Plenty of
average
scary
is just,
turn
like, I
cards
make
that can
4 to
arrive.
5 buy-ins in every tournament. Just
Gonna get resistance, of
dice.
course, from Adams, who's got the open-ended 2-over cards, 2 to
really
10.
fun game.
It's actually
Yeah, yeah.
a slight favorite for Adams at the moment.
It's like 5 cards PLO.
We using those
It's
Kornuth
like 5 cards
chips
PLO, similar to
disrespectfully, although we did see
Because of
2-8
7
bow
deuce
out,
suited.
so
7 deuce suited on the button. Not what we expect
Couple.
from him.
or just
Oh,
more
it's removed for
expensive because
Adams.
of no limit. You're just going crazy. Every third hand, I think you could go all in. Just
72,000 in there.
Just a touch on corner.
Adams doesn't find help.
He was going hard on the earlier days. I'm surprised
He's
he's going
going
hard
back
here.
to
Ace 10 on day 1C.
Well, I don't know. The check is going to be on Santos's mind here as he makes aces and tens.
It's actually really nice for him because Adams is only got queen high. He's going to try to represent the ace.
You try, but Thailand is really nice to live. Like, when
Would have never expected Adams to just give up unimproved, especially on that card.
So kind.
Now we can safely go for value
You know,
with a raise.
So natural, like so natural.
Target bigger aces, of course. Some worse aces up.
Replay.
Okay, so no 3-bets. Now we can play.
No, because you call me.
I call you, yeah.
125.
Couple pairs
Yeah,
hanging in
up
there.
we go from 55 to 125 as Adams thought perhaps he could rep this ace. But again, we witness one of those moments where you're trying to tell the story that's on the pages across the way. Sevens, deuces, ace 10, no sets, and Tim lets it go. 6-5 board. Shufarin does not follow through. A round of checks, and now both of the pocket pairs pick up straight draws.
Sorry.
You know
I
you.
smell some food, so I have to
Well,
follow.
mercifully, DePaulo has abandoned what was some sort of fertility topic that he was and apparently walking us through. Some pungent grub definitely has been delivered somewhere. Flipped over to this feature a little early.
Chips over to G-Man. Is that the kind of grub you're talking about?
It wasn't. I don't. I mean, if you're playing with pungent chips, then you've got yourself some problems. Meanwhile, Jack 5 has some problems.
I guess that's called conversation, but
There's 100,000 chips in the middle.
Yeah, he had a gut shot straight draw and 2 overs. Unclear the route
it's
traveled to
definitely
bring us to
DePaulo's
this
brand
point, but what is clear is that this
conversation, and,
River
you know,
King
I
of
shouldn't be
clubs
judging too much,
gives him the best
obviously.
hand.
Yeah, likely, given the position, it was bet flop, bet turn.
I can go
King,
places
queen,
sometimes,
gut shot,
Randy,
2
that
overs.
you look at me
they're
funny.
making, you can.
Thirty.
I'm not so sure you're going to those places.
No,
but,
you know, I got to keep the paychecks
70,000
coming.
for knee,
Meanwhile,
70% pot.
Cavalieri. Ace 9. 8K. Santos a flatter. Stavila
A lot
the
of the
same.
semi-bluffs did get there. Queen 10, king, queen, king 10.
2 in there. All you got to do is put 4 out for a swing at it. Romanello not interested with the queen 8 offsuit, so 8x not enough.
Seems like a very tough spot to
Deuce
call
deuce
once
board, and that
more.
queen 8 would have been the best hand, Randy.
A very clean best hand as well, but even holding
I understand
5 is
why you
not
folded
ideal
just because
some of the
you
bluffs
don't
are
flop.
ace 4, ace
Two pair
5.
plus.
It's pretty hard to navigate. To pick up gut shots on the turn. Anyhow,
Gut shot on the turn for Santos.
right?
After a round of knuckles. I don't think he's going to be all too proud of it.
Nah, because ace high is going to feel all right on this board right out so far.
Another round of checks in
70,000.
Stavila. Binks a 7.
You might be able to cobble a little bit of value with this 7. Seems like the best hand almost always. Like this. Looking for crying calls.
70% pot.
Maybe ace high gets curious.
1 overcard lurking.
Maybe an ace 4 that turned the pair.
Then the appropriate fold is found. So credit to the Canadian for pinning it.
You know, he only put in money when he was best. Out with the worst. Good strategy. Nice
Boy,
river
this
card for a knee.
10 into 32 does feel nicely sized.
Kind of
to
pain.
Potentially
Almy Bear to fold against knee.
get
Just
paid by some ace high.
his reputation
Oh yeah, they're all
as being
over.
one
I
that's
haven't
willing
keep
to
looking for 'em, but I see them in
some
my ring app,
ammo.
people all around me saying
Bearer,
Keys.
that is?
I know it's in the county.
Or
above
Andy.
me,
Andy.
but
Yeah.
I want to see it so bad.
There's
I
no
would-
question. You know, in fact, I
want
wonder in
something to
terms
put
of
out my
meta,
drone the other night to
whether or
talk
not
to
you
them,
see
but
a
I
guy
didn't,
wearing a Triton
get
hoodie,
a chance
or
to.
you know them to be a
It's kinda
super high
scary.
roller.
Nobody knows what they are.
Here, perceptions of slumming it in a 25K, you think, You know about this drone situation in New Jersey,
there's
Randy?
no
You've
escape.
been
I actually
reading
don't.
your news feeds?
and
I do not.
you find yourself calling maybe lighter than you would otherwise under that assumption that they're up to no good.
It's a real
think
thing
DePaulo
because
would
the other day
Give
we
us a
saw
little news update
DPL
there as Santos was
make that
inquiring upon learning that
6-4
DePaulo was
check
from the
raise
Jersey
bluff, dropped
streets,
down the river,
Monmouth
and the
County.
man said,
Bunch of lights up
"Can't
in the
fold
air.
to a man who has a
People have been recording and
$270,000
posting
watch." I call.
Yeah,
Twitter and their
said it out loud,
Instagrams.
made the call, was wrong.
Big drone,
Of course, but it
supposedly
was
like 6 feet
a very memorable exchange there.
diameter, so not even-
Boyanovsky.
Your garden variety. I mean, this
receiving
is
end.
kind of like, is an Amazon
Meanwhile,
package coming my way,
Zaki
or what's
finds
going
the
on?
nut flush draw
Kind
with
of
his dominated
flocks
ace.
of them.
Moneymaker's ace
At
10.
times.
Technically in the lead, but
Didn't
not by
realize that
much.
was
You see,
allowed
just
to have such
4% dog with 2 to come is Zaki. Follows through for 8.
Airspace supposedly as DePaulo perhaps
Well,
having
certainly he's calling if he had a
entered
club in
airspace.
hand. Here it's
But
a
you
bit
never
more
know,
large
these
drones
does
could
still
go
have that
rogue.
backdoor
That
Start
Santos,
working,
yeah,
start
well,
moving on their own.
DePaulo
I try to use
on the hunt for an
positional
ace, some
advantage.
hearts. Instead, looks up at a dusty 10-6 deuce board. Overpair for Santos.
Queen on the turn.
Took flight pre to 24.
And now a fork in the road for
See what we
Zaki,
have in
Randy,
store.
with regard to whether or
For
not we want to
post?
check and kind of keep things under control in the
Drone's
event
gonna take those
that
cards
our
and
opponent
send them to the muck.
wants to barrel as opposed to maybe bet and be blown off some equity.
Personally, I like to bet in this spot. A lot of the flatting range that causes flop is pocket pairs that aren't sets. They're going to have a lot of trouble calling with the queen overcarding.
I'm getting strong Casey Affleck vibes off of DePaulo out there, man. I don't know if you see it or not, but
Yeah, I would say the words come out of his
Not
mouth
the
don't
largest
match
bet.
Casey
Ace
Affleck, but
10's got
well,
trouble
listen, I
continuing
don't know.
this
Knock a few
texture
back
at the
with
moment.
Casey, maybe catch him on an off night.
Man, Moneymaker, he's onto something. He just doesn't believe if Zaki had a big hand, he would go for that sizing.
So 24 all of a sudden made to look like 60.
I mean, how good is this guy? He's value raising with ace 10 high at the
Yachman.
moment correctly.
Under
I
the
know
gun
it's a bluff
raising
from
the
his point of view, but
9-6
still.
suited.
Yeah, inadvertent value.
This is part of the process in terms of spinning up these bigger
36K more.
stacks, is playing
I mean, you have to give
various
credit for your
parts of the
opponent
deck
having
from
a
all
made hand at this
positions.
point. Can't
Mystery
really go
hand time,
blasting
Jean-Noel
all the things,
Torel
just in case your opponent
will
has
have
a
his
set.
cards. Blocked out. Botez,
Call and
flat
try
call
to
with the
hit
10-8
your
of
hand would
diamonds,
be nice.
38,000 in the middle, and 3 players. We'll look up at 10-9-4. So this is at a minimum top pair versus second pair
That's
here.
exactly
Advantage
what
Botez.
Zaki does.
Unclear, of course, what
120
JMT has. He does
into
check
what
it.
was
To Yachman.
just a
Who feels
38K pot.
cozy enough to follow
At that
through.
point, swing and a miss.
21.
Queen pairs
Comfy
on the
call
river. Now,
spot
if you're
for
moneymaker,
Botez,
you're not
top
sure
pair.
ace 10 is good.
A bit of diamonds
Are you going to
working,
continue to
backdoor
tell the tale?
straightness.
No, it was just one attempt, and this
issues
is going to
don't
feel a
really
little
play in the pot.
disrespectful as Zaki
But she doesn't
gets
play it
shown
at
ace 10
60K.
offsuit.
I guess the game plan here for Botez is
Really,
raise and
Moneymaker?
get more resistance.
Is that how you're
gonna
do it
relinquish.
to me? Out here in the field, and it is good to say that the champ
I mean,
is
it's
here.
not
Let's
as though
fit in one
she's
quick
got
question
JNT
before he sees the
behind
hand.
her
Stand up for me
with
for a quick second. Make
position
sure you
and
don't miss a
looking to
hand.
kind of
What's life
usher
been like
him
for
out
you
the
this
door
last year or so
so as to
since
play heads up
winning
in
the main
position
here in Paradise?
against Yachman.
Yeah, that's been
And
good.
did JMT say raise? He
Good.
sure did.
Good,
What
sounds good
happens
to me.
here?
And I got to send you back to the action. So not only has it been good, but you get lucky and you only have to talk to me for like 10 seconds. Sound good to you?
The raise a bit
So we
21.
could have talked longer, but
We could have gone longer, but we'll save it for day 2. Cool?
150.
Appreciate it. All right, thanks.
Let's
Thanks,
go.
love. Guys, let's send it back to you. Day 2 interview with the champ coming up in a couple days.
You know, Jeff, I know you'd like to believe that the champ from last year, Stanislav,
making our
is going to
jobs
make
easy.
it to day 2.
Yeah, I'm
He
gonna say
obviously
Yachman with your
was
pair
in
of
better
nines.
shape to do that
Probably in last
before
place.
being interviewed.
Yeah, he leaves
by
the
you.
harbor.
You know, I mean.
So
why
how
would
many
you do
bullets
that?
is he going to be in for now?
Exactly.
Just multiplied it. I think I'm just done
Good news
here
for
as
Stanislav is,
played.
of course, day 1D.
JNT to
will still be an option.
3-bet with no chips involved on the flop is very
Maybe
strong. If he is
realizes
semi-bluffing,
talking to
it
Jeff
should be
on that
queen
day,
jack.
given it's the last of the This day feels like a ones set would of fours, doesn't it? Be a bad
Set of
idea.
fours makes
Well, you can
sense.
still buy
10-9 too. I would go last-minute registration, minimize the bullets.
Obviously, the 10-9 blocked in both
Okay.
camps, so we kind
This
of
is also
steer
an option, but, you know, just steer clear.
away from that, just based on cards seen, you know.
And if JNT
Sunglasses,
plays
hat,
ace-10
try to-
very fast here, you know,
Choose
you
a
have
can't
top
undercover.
flat
It's not-
shoes
it's not for
with
the players
10-8.
at the
I think
table.
this hand just has to be
Not
in the
undercover
bin, and
is-
if your opponent happens to be making some
Pikacewicz.
heroic bluff, so be it.
King,
But you
queen.
never get it in
Northbound
very
all the
good.
way to
in this spot with
44,000.
10-8.
Squeezing successfully.
A lot of people hitching their wagons to the pocket fours guess here in the mystery hand streets. Let us know. What do you think? JNT likes to play fast. Randy, you watching any TV shows now?
Me?
Just
right
127
in.
back
It's a very
series,
intense
streaming
table, you'll
anything
fit right
whatsoever.
in.
You said you have a Netflix account. I'm trying to figure out why. You just do the games? Do you do gaming on Netflix?
Like you
I
just
mean,
came
I
from
don't
the
do the
beach or something.
gaming, but I like
About,
watching
like,
like gaming type shows. So like the Squid Game kind of stuff.
I'm listening. Yeah, of course.
So like all those type of shows.
There's
that
a new
have-
season of Squid Game coming
Yeah,
up
I'm
now.
waiting for that. That's Christmas for me.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we get Super Squid Game, the cash game festivals that Andy Nee is a part of. Here he is with King Jack.
Really chewing on this one. Obviously, she recognizes that there are holdings.
All blind.
That could be
3-bet
semi-bluffing here, but are they
As he
ever
catches
under the hood for
Pikacewicz.
that man? JNT.
Speeding. 10-6 of diamonds.
Even a hand like Queen Jack has a lot of equity against.
Did she
him.
just
She
say
announced
all
in?
Wow.
She did. Wow. Okay.
Okay, JNT has made the call. What is it?
I had
Sounds
Cheval
right
de
out.
Mots original,
Botez.
6-9 of hearts.
When you get called here, you're not feeling so good about things. And it
Queen
is
Jack.
Queen Jack.
Great
Wow.
read. Excellent read.
Now she blocks one end of the straight with the 8. Obviously on her feet, recognizing
Face of confusion. I mean, good read. You would've got me up then.
643K, big, huge pot here.
You, I hope.
has a famous hand with 10-8 of diamonds.
I do.
Randy, we need to send a round of shots to this table.
The
Or Bahama
devastator.
Mamas. What was the other
On
drink?
the turn, a
Pina
queen.
colada.
Pina
Hits
colada.
Torel for the lead. Botez
Jack
needs a
Jermaine
10 or a
coming
jack.
out. Anybody want a margarita?
No. I didn't say we go full Jermaine. It's a little early for that. Almost 3 p.m. local time.
The only good news, of course, is that Alexandra will fight
Take it easy
on,
on the liver.
given that she covered. But tip of the hat to Botez, Randy, as she blasted in, asking for the rest. You know, the sizing from JNT's 3-bet suggested
You
that
haven't
he
been
was going to hang
swimming?
tough if he got asked for the rest.
That's a great call. I was in my own
That
face. I
was-
wouldn't have made that call.
Didn't call, she pushed her in.
Well,
You know, I know he has.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
we all thought John
That
Paul
hurts.
was folding for
That was
the
a huge
Olympics
play.
before, you know?
$500,000.
She
in
was
front,
right.
But
Effectively.
Period.
it looks like such a nub.
The only thing
Understand.
is,
I think
when
I
you're
never
ahead,
wanna be in a
you're
poker
barely
tournament.
ahead, and you saw the equities
You're not
there.
even
She was
too long.
about.
I don't
With
know how
that
much
few
people wait.
tokens.
Here's what I'm going to say.
Right.
You know,
You're the guy that
JNT on the
changes down
invitee
to the
Yeah,
side
small
ask
of
the
the
invitational
floor to
invitational
come
brackets
over
of
and
the
just
Strike
came
and
back
Poker
and color
Series.
down like
Me
just,
no
you know,
sense
I'm very, very
Incredibly
serious
wealthy and
about
successful
Nine of
businessman.
hearts.
I
I want
want
to say again,
from
Cheval de Mots
France.
original.
huge looking stack.
I have to play that.
You know what? I'll go so far as to actually, you know, a lot of
And I
times
hit a
I'm
9.
just
So I
taking
said,
it.
Cosmetics
maybe
company.
I'm good.
When it comes to cash games, right? Limit cash games.
Taking lines
It's
such
a
as
known
that,
fact
oftentimes the
that playing
Cardinals
a
say,
4-8 chip structure
call
cash
them
game
recreational
versus
players,
a 3-6 or
being
even,
Fold.
God forbid, a
exceedingly passive.
2-4 chip structure cash
It's
game.
tough to win
creates
when you're
more
always
action,
the person calling,
you know,
instead of raising,
observe these
instead of
bigger
attacking.
pots psychologically, whatever.
There he was.
So there's some
With a
rhyme and
very
reason to my
ambitious
take here.
three-bet
and
of
There's plenty of reason
opener under the
to
gun,
be
following
three-betting the
through on the board.
22,000. If
Botez
you're
then
Belcher, Ace
raising.
King, performing
He
beautifully
just
against Pikacewicz
Very
is
limited are the number
Ace
of Fs
Queen.
given
Third
in
time's
the
a charm there.
JNT streets.
I really do like the point that
This
you
time he's
say
actually got a
is,
legit
you know,
holding.
Play
He has
passive, it's
been
very hard to
activating quite a
win,
bit
and
from late
JNT
position
has
here.
Had tremendous
We'll hang in
results
for the
in
extra
big buy-ins, like
16,000 and we'll
Triton
take a flop.
Series,
Yeah.
multiple runner-ups in the main events, and it's because he's aggressive.
Jack
just picking up
10-5,
chips
both parties with the
when
Broadway
some of the
gutter.
pros out there are laying down incorrectly, and
Both
you know,
parties
there you try
also
to
with
muscle out Botez
club
and
action.
Didn't quite do that, but he had lots of equity going into that one. Now here we are on the flop.
Came to fruition, and he put some of those chips to work
17K
pre-flop,
follow-through.
attacking the blinds from the button with Queen 8. Not following through, however.
Nowhere to go.
On the
but
Ace-Jack-7 board, where a
check
third
call most
spade
of
and
the
second
time.
jack roll off on the turn after the round
Especially
of
when you have a
knuckles.
draw to the nuts.
Is it Yachman who's got questions
20?
on his mind? Yeah, he says 20K.
Sure enough, in comes the
Repping
17.
jack.
Requested.
Casey's
Pot grows
wrong.
to
He's
86,000, and the queen
spade
rolls
for
off.
backup.
So the nuts for
spadeless
Belcher as he
hands.
hits the gutter. Pikacewicz sitting here
Aggression paying off.
with top pair.
King high in the gutter.
Still with the gutter.
Bowing right out.
Checks, and it's going to get a little awkward now.
No spade in hand helps.
Especially because of the massive range advantage for Belcher. He's perceived to have all the ace kings, whereas Brazilian is not, because ace king will 4-bet at a decent frequency, especially against a button 3-bet.
We were just like a background.
Back out in the field, good time for us to check in with a
It's gonna
two-time
feel very
bracelet winner, former
compelled
third-place
to
finisher in the
call one
main,
small
Alex
face queen,
Livingston.
but it's
Alex,
just
stand up for me
so
for a quick sec,
dicey
please.
because your
We
opponent
were
can
chatting
just
in Houston, and you
blast
didn't
away
quite
whether
know
they've
what your
got it or
plans would
not.
be in December. So why here? Why Paradise for you?
Yeah, I was actually planning on potentially doing neither WPT or this one, but then I just got too much FOMO. Big prize pools, some PLO tournaments. Dealer's Choice tournament had me excited, and then obviously this one, biggest guarantee ever. So decided to come give it a chance.
No shots fired, of course, but I know it's been a fairly rough go of it, of sorts here in
it's been
Paradise.
bad, yeah.
You're always honest about like going through
pretty tough
downswings.
spot.
How do you bounce back
The thing
from a
is,
slow start in a series?
If your opponent has ace king, of course, you're going to bet
Try
the
to
river,
just
but they
enjoy
don't,
my off
and they're
time,
trying to
work
rep
out,
it.
get some
They
sleep. I've
probably
been good
gonna
about that.
continue
Girlfriend's
as
here, which has
well,
been
just
nice.
because
And then just try to come in every day with a new,
You
fresh mindset.
just rarely
Here, we'll
have the
send you back
straight
to the action so
yourself
you don't
that
miss
there's
anything.
another
Appreciate the
check
chat. Thanks,
call,
Alex. Guys, let's send it back to you.
hoping this gets
Thanks, Jeff. Livingston, really well grounded,
clubs.
super solid player.
likely to save.
Plays a multitude of games. You heard
Brazilian
him
in
say he
this
was
spot.
excited about the dealer's choice. Obviously, that one tickled many a fancy.
Front
Yeah,
door
but Ollie,
clubs
how come
arriving.
He didn't get a no gamble, no future sticker.
He's
Top
probably on
two
one
just
bullet, if I had to guess. You know, I mean, the man's
couldn't feel a whole lot
about
worse
his
in this
procedures,
spot,
but
could it?
he did say come in each day with a
club
fresh
blocker.
mindset, so maybe
It's not the
This
worst
isn't the
river
first
card.
card.
Jeff only had
You
one
do
sticker to
beat
give
some
away
hands.
now, like Queen Jack, Jack 10.
I mean,
Queen 10 that 3-bet you.
no.
And they are
Jeff's
not
here to
looking
promote.
to bet the
You know.
river.
Meanwhile,
You don't have to face a tough
Ace-5,
decision
promoted
against
to a wheel gut shot.
likely Ace King if it blanked
After
out.
Did you just come for this event?
Having just a
Vanessa?
5-high club draw.
Yeah. I didn't
on
even
the
hear. I
flop.
heard about it like last week. Someone told me like, I got to overlay, grab a ton of money.
The King of Clubs is very nice for
Is it going to
Belcher.
overlay?
It
I
blocks
mean, I would think so.
a good amount of hands
No way
that
they can
beats
get
you.
that many
You know,
But there's
hands
like
like
800
King
coming
Greenwood.
Clubs, they would check call.
Asking for the
Oh.
pot
They would
here.
check call turn,
Five
let's
or
play
six
it,
hundred, no more.
block
Either
that.
way, I mean,
5 to 6 from online.
Stone air
Said
with 7,
yesterday.
6 of
feels
spades.
pretty.
Between
Felt like a
5 and
good lucky
6,
sum.
so this is why they. Keep
JNT
it in
hangs
there.
in. Bricks the
Obviously.
river. Can't say the same for Greenwood
court.
as he hits what looks like an innocent 6.
Yeah.
Court overlay.
For a
Even if
winner.
It doesn't overlay. I mean,
It will be definitely over.
not a,
Yeah,
not
I
a
would
bad
say he
tournament to
doesn't
play.
lose too often
Yeah,
on this
not
run out. Besides like Queen Jack of
Sam
Clubs.
confesses he got look at JNT. He's like, wait, what? Huh? There is the all-in from Belcher. Do you think he's thinking fish? right now.
These Belchers don't touch my chips ever again, Greenwood. He never expects to get called by worse, but he thinks he can muscle out a chop.
I mean, the King of Clubs is the key card that allows him to be violent in this way with this overbet.
Is there another
Right,
Toba or something?
because if he had Ace King Red, he
One
probably
piece,
doesn't go for this
no.
play
Yeah, I
because his
think it's
opponent has got
just
more combos
day
to have the
two
flush.
And then 3 levels on day
The
2.
decision is made easy by the sizing and, of course, the board texture.
So there's no more Toba flight or something.
As the Brazilian steps out of the way.
3 levels on day 2, yeah.
I think they said 4. Someone told me 4 levels.
No, it was
Well, we're coming up to
2,
our
and
first
then
break
3.
of the day, which means we'll be swapping out some featured tables. Next Lagoon table
Tolerate under the
We
gun.
need this over it,
includes
man.
Sam
Jack is
Greenwood,
off.
yes, that's right, and
like a
Alex
fresh stack of
Botez.
Colorado.
2-point conversion, so it's
Remember
good
had it
to
in the
overtime.
chat? Was emerging
The over
as
was only
among
40
the
and a
chip
half.
leaders out here on day 1C.
Oh, and you
I
didn't
always
touch
like
that.
to
I
see
think
chess
going
players come over to poker.
Sorry, what's the raise?
Vanessa sweating the football. Might have a little taste.
Being told that
Wait, I'm allowed to know before.
this
it's my
table's been
turn.
so entertaining, they're going to keep this crew
Is
up
that for
here.
real?
I respect that.
I've never heard that rule before. You sure?
Feels like a good decision.
I believe you.
Well, she can ask whenever she wants. Just
Very
doesn't have to
chatty,
get
he's
an
very
answer.
action heavy.
That's true. Fair enough.
Might not have Cornup though. He's running out of chips. But we'll see. He does have the slight advantage in this hand at the moment.
And
And that advantage grows, courtesy of ace 10-8, where he has top pair against second pair. One heart on board.
Maybe I'll just pay attention
Well, I wrote the
instead.
pre-flop razor.
I think everything is
and the
beautiful.
50K PLO. There's a
Heads up.
dumb phantom small blind thing in PLO toonies.
43 in the
Yeah.
middle. Yes, yes, you
Four on
can.
the board. Small blind,
And you
can
will.
jump in, you can jump
Dennis?
raise to 3.5x, like that spot.
Okay.
And with no small blind. And then
Tolerine
it's
late
spot,
arrival.
Check on the flop.
and the dealers had 3x.
Yeah.
Spot after dealer, how much is it? They say 3x. He puts in the call, and then they go, oh no, it's actually 3.5x, and they wouldn't let him take it back.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
I think it's different when the dealer.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't know what the word is when the dealer gets it wrong.
think that's just
18K
standard.
now
Once you put in the 3, because it's like kind of on you.
from Corneth on the
follow through
turn.
here,
As the
Randy.
rebuilding effort is underway.
It would have altered them fine.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to just check fold.
Yachman knows that. So he checks back, and now both players pick up straight draws on the turn. Chance is one of those guys who definitely
Yeah, Tolerine
accepts
is
the
the
kind of
gut
live
shot,
and die by
open-ended
the
for
sword
Yachman.
aspects of
Expecting
the
chips to
higher
fly in
variance
from one of the two
approach that he
players.
takes from time to time. He likes to get in there and
one
play a lot of
TBD.
pots.
Boris,
But,
have
you know,
thought of
he
playing
adapts.
pickleball now instead of tennis?
No,
No.
In Europe, it's more paddle.
Okay, yes.
America has more pickle.
I played
Europe,
paddle for the
paddle
first
is very
time.
popular.
That's a big
last year.
bet.
Very nice, very good. Very good game, too.
Very fun. I love it.
That's fun and
So fun.
exercise.
Overbet.
Yeah.
Where I would
You can play
expect
two
Yachman
little-
to call a lot of
Yeah,
bets, but
interesting.
against the over is, yeah,
They,
it's
got the
interesting.
first paddle courts in Toronto, like this summer.
Okay, only.
Unexpected.
Only, maybe they have 2 now, I
Okay,
think.
wow.
Like outdoor ones, maybe there's some indoor, but
Yeah.
By the way, you
Yeah,
wonder
it's a lot
with
of fun.
Yachman kind of unafraid to
Just pick it up
threes,
right
looking
away.
for a little
Good
fun.
average. Most
Some
rackets
verbal
are
reaction, a little bit of body language. What Tolerine makes of this.
Put limit is capped, you know, you can just overbet, right?
We play with the team, you know. It's
Something
double.
new.
yourself, you don't.
Good.
Yeah, this
Good
table.
game, good game.
Do you think pickleball's ruining the sport of tennis?
No,
No?
no, no.
Because in our like community,
Yachman
generally a lot of
referencing
tennis
Tottenham,
courts are being
Omaha,
converted
which
to pickleball courts.
Tolerine
So
partakes in.
There's a lot of uproar where the tennis players
Partakes
are
is
against them, saying,
conservative
why are you
way
taking over our courts?
to talk
This is always
about
been-
it.
That's how he gets the
Tolerine.
win.
Should always
I mean,
be
it's
the
Problem is
definitely
when
a
he's
trashes
playing the limit,
PLO.
He's betting 2x
But I
buy.
think tennis
Beast
will always be
in the
different
4-card streets.
sports.
Yachman knows a thing or
Yeah.
two.
Can't really
But you know,
compare.
About them as well.
Tolerine, he's
Paddle
already
is
had
more similar
2
to
final
tennis.
tables, a second, a third, I believe, in the 100K and 50K respectively, and it's cashed for $2.3 million already here in Paradise alone.
You go with soccer.
Needless to say,
My son call it soccer.
Yeah.
it's been a fruitful trip for him. Gary, and while it may not be $2.3 million worth of fruit that we're bearing for you at home, $50 for 20 the best hand. Capriles being still worth sinking your teeth into. We're talking about free $50 tickets to the Weekender available to brand new signups at GG Poker. And all you got to do Trying to
Is use the
positively
promo code
reinforce
Paradise
2024 when you throw
a
your
bad
20
lay
bucks
down there.
into a new account. And then
Also, Chip's
get a
looking.
shot at that Weekender with a free $50 ticket. It all happens
better.
at the world's largest
Ziadis.
online poker. GG Poker. Starting stack, 321,000. Not quite as bad as Corneth, of course, as the Americans on the Reef table have slid all the way down. By the way, now it says Miguel Canizaro again up at the top. So, you know, I'm not... okay,
Wait, so
we're
what
really
is it?
throwing curveballs at us here in the booth, guys. You know,
That's what I'm talking about. So,
I
mean,
prefer
like
saying
in real life,
sacrifice.
like maybe it's not so interesting to
Sacrifice
watch.
implies a greater goal, right?
Yeah.
Just the long game. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maestro
You still play?
How did that
activates.
I just blunder my queen a lot when playing online.
And in
Like,
turn,
way
so
more
does
than anyone my
JMT.
rating should. Like somebody digged into it. I have no idea what happened there.
Comes the 10s.
Queen 10 off and pocket 4s under the gun
betting.
+1 and +2. The raise and the 3-bet, Randy. Not exactly the imagery that you expect on your screen
But it just goes to show you the vast
Let's
array
go of the
of approaches that are
connector.
taken
Been a rough
to
outing
these
for
day
him so
ones,
far.
even at this 25K price point.
Lul won a single pot.
993,
I
two
wanna say
hearts.
No.
American
Doesn't
football.
feel that Great way. Flop for JNT.
Soccer, it's easy, but American football is
Excellent
very
flop
easy.
for JNT. Should be taking it down here and now.
Hey, how come you've been in Canada so long, you don't know the rules of American football?
Because like
Come
my
on.
kids playing soccer, as you like say, and
It's all over.
volleyball.
From Maestro?
I know.
Thank you very
Volleyball is very popular now in schools, and hockey, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm even watching the hockey, like. But
JNT
about
politely
American
thanking the
football
dealer.
in Vancouver. Who played?
What, did the dealer stack the chips for him? I guess.
I mean, there is the CFL,
Did
Dennis.
he? I
and
didn't catch that part. Is that why he said thank you, or was it just
Canada,
because the
which
board
is
texture
similar.
was good for the fours?
Soccer field, but not
To
for
American
American
football.
He doesn't strike me as
A
someone.
little bit of a different feel, from what I understand.
For men.
Is
For
that
a man.
Canadian
Yeah,
football
when
there?
I
Yeah.
play soccer, like for me, it's like,
suppose.
Yeah,
I'm curious as to why that patch is.
And as we know, north of the border, speaking on behalf of Americans. in
No,
that
Randy, I
direction.
don't
Hockey,
know.
not so much a
Why is
sport
it there?
in Canada
The
as it
GG
is a
poker patch, do
religion.
you see it?
Yeah.
Of course I see it, Randy.
But why?
Is there some
Not
other
there.
place
For
that
why
you're
Rod?
suggesting
Doubt
it
he would
should go?
disagree with the take.
I don't know.
Jack 8, turning into a gut
Shirt?
shot for Corneth.
Maybe
Randy,
horizontal, not vertical.
Still fighting.
Which one are you talking about?
The one on the table in front of JNT. Do you not see it?
hand for
Queen 9, no flush draw
Oh.
out there.
What
were you looking at? Calling. Corneth
Yeah, playing like from 7 years
The
old.
same one
generates
you were
the rest
looking
of
at,
his
Randy.
chips on the bluff.
Flat calling Yachman's King Queen open with the
Check
aces.
raise. But very small,
Lying
trying
in
to
wait.
entice. And look at that snap call from Jack 8.
Wow,
That's a
Chance
tasty
looking to
trap.
put a snapper
This is
on
program
top two. This is not
programmed
the turn
for
that's going to allow him
Tolerine.
to do so as the 10
Really?
fails.
You think that she senses that
to
Ben
come
is
through?
a squeezy kind of guy and
Of course.
set him up?
They've played
lot of
each other
players
from
like
way
to
back when. I'm
continue
sure you see
firing
them
once they
chatting a
check
lot
raise their
too.
hand like this, top 2 pair.
But I wouldn't fault him for slipping on over to Cornef, who will float with gut shots, straight draws. She should expect Tolerane to mess around, not just have premiums in his spot. I'm
24?
expecting Selps to actually just flat call rather than all of a sudden rise up.
I mean, with position moving forward.
Do you play video games?
Second barrel and Chance steps aside.
Nice
I
spot.
enjoy it. Sure.
Painful altercation there. As his stack unravels
Exactly
even further.
that. We're sitting
Football,
deep.
soccer, but like Counter-Strike, Dota, League of Legends. Come on, World of Warcraft.
I was never any good at any of those.
This is like just our future. This is reality. It's dopamine.
Maybe.
I mean,
still
neither
the
decision is the
exercising
wrong
better.
one.
Yeah,
I mean, there's nothing wrong if she
I
chooses to
see.
4-bet here. Try to get a little more clarity about Tolerine.
Just very fast.
Maybe even open the door for a
Yeah,
5-bet,
That's it.
which she knows
As a
Ben would be
former
capable
wrestler,
of.
right, Jewel?
Looks like she's went with
Huh?
the click.
Exercise
You know
is
what
better.
to
The
do-
back
you know what to
raise.
do with all of us, right?
She's making it very small to try to entice Tolerine to just
Of course.
hang in there with Queen Jack suit. Like,
In my
this is
playing days, I did a
very
lot of box training.
suspicious.
So I know a little bit, you know. Yeah, I thought it was great exercise.
It is,
Yeah,
it is.
great exercise.
You rarely see the back raises in these spots because your ranges
not
are
really into
supposed
the
to be
sport, are we,
tapped.
Ollie?
Playing
Just
it, I
holding
mean.
the gloves up. Just hold them up for 3-4 minutes.
And when you see the back raises,
the arm
I
goes down.
was.
usually isn't
Like
air
nowadays,
from what
I
I've
mean.
seen.
Then it got old.
The thing is,
and
Tolerine
Tolerine knows
You look like you
Vanessa
play
is
pickleball because
keenly
you're always in the kitchen.
aware
I
of
could play
everything that you just
pickleball,
pointed out.
Eyes to
Randy.
But
So-
eating in the kitchen or cooking.
She's telling the story.
Not really.
I like to cook. The thing
Yes.
is,
How in the world it became
My
so
girl
good,
likes to
right?
play
Yeah.
pickleball. She's trying to drag me out.
Oh, all right.
is it incredible?
Eventually, I'll
How
make
to
it out
switch
there.
it, how to change it, how to-
And maybe eventually Corneth will win a pod, but
He is going to
Not
make
if
the
Lyron
call,
has
and
anything
all of
to
a
do with
sudden,
it.
the two
snapped on
pros
moments ago.
Because
play
Rates
for
to be more the
300
same
pre
here.
and the 6 on the turn, Randy. There's
7 and 2
a little
spades.
capsicum.
Doesn't get a whole
Yeah,
lot
and you know
uglier
Corneth
for
is
Tolerine.
looking to just
Everything.
double up or rebuy. I'm
Yep.
not surprised he's jamming his open into straight draw.
Ships it in. This is going to get snapped.
That and hope Tolerine has
Open-ender
some kind
versus
of
a set.
poker pair that doesn't believe.
Oh, still have a little chance.
There's some outs. There's some outs.
Doesn't need
And
to
you
go
give it to your friend anyway, you
too
know.
big.
You know.
It's
Just given how many chips are remaining here on the flop.
Can Cornet find the 5 or the 10 that he needs in order to double and stay alive? No, the deuce.
Good playing, buddy.
Vanquishing chance. And Wyrot, the recipient, ascending up the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah?
Halloween.
Don't mic down for that.
Chance hoping that a rebuy will
Nice work from Selps.
put him right back in that
suggest
seat.
that maybe she's not
If I'm being honest,
thrilled
I'm
with
hoping for the same.
the way she
Been
went
very
about things.
entertaining, granted. Bit of an
Harsh.
expensive
Maybe she's just wondering what it is that
proposition.
Collarine would have
As the
called
entertainment
with, and then
comes
been
to an end for
unable
that
to
bullet.
appeal for 1/3 pot.
An expensive paradise
Yeah,
for
clearly.
Chance in this tournament. You know, she got the additional, what,
Oh, yeah.
hoping to redraw this table. It's fine. Why play action heavy?
I love this system. It's amazing.
Yeah, easy, huh?
Very easy.
And if you win the same way,
It's dangerously easy. Dangerously easy. Just to click
Also,
on the
like,
button, another.
that was a clear goal for it,
25K.
too.
26.
Like 8 minutes left, down 5.
3x the pocket tens.
You know, the degree of interest that Greenwood and Selpst are showing in this football game that's up on the big screen in the room right now, Randy.
They're playing a big. We might be playing a little
You
side
know,
game.
On the low, there could be a little bit of DFS. There could be some
No,
sports
no, no,
hobbies.
Not could be. Come on, we know there is. Just give it.
I don't know anything,
You're trying to
Randy.
go for the last hour and a
I just, I
You want to
suspect.
get up on the TV table.
Which,
Speculator.
for the record, when you went down the patch streets, by the way, I suspect you walked it back a little bit. Maybe you were, I don't know. Could have been a veteran setup
Think so?
there
How do we know?
by you, Randy. I still
Does
don't
you
really know.
mean we're a good table?
With the tens,
Does
this other
that mean we're a good
matches
table?
that
Oh, if they
Are you
keep it,
serious?
then we chance right back.
You really don't
concerned
see it.
about the
It's right
overcard
there in the
here.
bottom right
Okay.
corner.
The 9 isn't going to bother him. Shifting, peeling with that ace of hearts working.
Not the best of
Now it's
Not the
unemployed.
best spot.
You don't want to have
Botez,
this
did
guy
she
in there.
click
He's
it?
the worst
She
thing
3-bet to
about-
20
Two tens.
over the top of the
You're good at playing
JNT
toss out of
12 and with a
position with him.
4th scoop coming in.
You let you keep your phone. You're not supposed to be able to have your phone here.
Both out of the
Yeah,
blinds.
None of us have our phone.
12K and Shufadin
can't
sticking
find out
around
what
here,
what?
Randy. Perhaps a non-believer.
I just don't want you to find out the hand.
No, pair. Maybe he thinks he's going to be able to take the pot away on the river in the event that you were not to have hit something like this. A set of 10s and the third barrel. 25K, milky sizing.
Yeah, just 25K.
Also,
It's
that's
an hour delay
interesting.
anyway, but it's even the information from above, it's just, it's crappy. Like I wish we all had it.
Doesn't beat much. If
I
anything.
was unaware that.
Play it so we can like watch it and roast each
Especially with
other.
that ace of hearts blocking bluffs.
Everyone's phones are actually-
And then like the stream becomes sort of like incomprehensible for people watching it because instead of
confiscated.
reaction,
Oh, it's like an hour.
you're just
delay.
watching a bunch of people talk about something that happened like an hour earlier instead of like actually
Concession
focusing
Yeah.
from Shufadin as
Instead of actually focusing
the
on
G-Man
red zone football.
gives him an honest post-mortem. And we give you
Which is
a look at what may or may not be, honestly, Miguel Canizaro's name. Things are unclear. It's getting weird out here. Miguel, ever so slightly in front of
watching 8 people watch TV.
Wyrot toward the top of the leaderboard. Chance Cornet dispatched. Brian Luo on the short stack duties there. The
Guess
Brazilian
who?
Pikatsowicz
About to make a little bit
sharing
of noise.
that honor, if we
against
can call it
Selpst
that,
again,
over
none
at the
other
other
than
table as we
Collarine.
bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad,
Comes with
Randy
the
Lou
flat,
still
though.
with you here.
Randy.
And plenty of action still to
Yeah,
come
you will
from
see
day 1C
flats from ace
coverage
jack
of this
suited, more
WSOP
3-bets
Supermain
from
here
ace
at
jack
Atlantis.
offsuit, just
Randy,
because
who
you don't
was
wanna
the
get
man
blown
of the
on
frame
hand
if you had to
in case your
pick?
opponent four bets.
For
Botez
me,
has got
it
pocket
was
tens.
G-Man.
You
Yeah.
know, like early he lost a big pot, then he was splashing hard, and now he's
Especially off of her
He was
stack.
steaming, Randy.
It was
He
steaming.
was steaming.
I don't like to
I
say
know my
players
customers.
are steaming, but yeah, he was a lot of fun to watch. And Chance
Squeezing
is the super pro who was the
from
player
the
who got
button to
eliminated.
60
Yeah,
now. That's how the cookie crumbles, and we're going to take about 10 minutes. When we come back, though, you're not going to want to
far
miss
more
it, as we're going to
straightforward
bring one Nick Wright
than the
here to
decision
the
that
desk. He's going to
confronts
take you through a
Collarine.
frame, and James Dempsey, normally our producer, going to be moonlighting here in the booth. So
Botez
do what you got to do,
has
grab a
light
snack, and then come back and see us
squeezes,
for
which I'm
continuing
sure he
coverage
does,
as the
given
second frame of Day 1C comes
that
your way
she
in about
plays
10.
a lot of
Stay
poker
close.
these days, then you want to defend with ace jack suited. You know, 2 oversuited tens, but also because light squeezes contain dominated jacks and worse aces, like ace 5 suited, queen jack, jack 10 suited, etc.
thing is, when you flat call in between and then the 3-bet comes in, you recognize that it could be motivated more by your flat than by whatever it is that's lurking for Botez, especially from the button. Very well. Oh, wow. Tolerine just piles here. Free flop, 382 total.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, as played, though, you got to call off with 2 10s. If Tolerine is just making a move with 9s and 8s and doesn't believe you, you're dominating, crushing those spots.
So the first question that Botez is asking herself now is how often is Jacks Plus associated with a Selps open and then the Tolerine flat? And not often she decides as she makes the call, but just look at the equity for Tolerine, 46%. Basically a roulette wheel here. Tolerine playing this one like a man who did pick up $2.3 million, by the way, in the PLO streets.
I hear you.
Coming into this 25K, 674K pot. Botez on the wrong end of one versus JNT. But so far on the right end of it here, note the inversion of equity, though. Tolerine a favorite with 2 to come.
The G-Man?
She wants it slow.
That might be what we have to call him. We're going to go mystery hand now.
Get sweaty.
Wait, just come on. Canada, what's going on? What have you done to us here?
Are the 10s.
Why wrote?
That's all right.
I want to say.
Why wrote? Peel the river. Why mystery?
Can Alexandra hold?
Because it's fun.
No!
Flat caller of his compatriot
the king
here
of
was
spades
flop top
on
pair.
the end. Tolerine taking high variance and finding.
And bets 7,000.
A big double.
I mean, that's crazy. That's like a bad Scrabble rack.
Botez right there.
That's a lot of
I mean,
vowels,
that's just, what are you supposed to do with that?
That's rough, Randy.
You can spell goon.
She was right with 10-8 against JNT's
Yeah, and then what do you leave
open-ender.
22.
She was right
It's like,
against Tolerine.
Spell a raise.
But the outcome is also wrong.
22,000.
She made no mistakes.
Yeah, not just for Botez, but obviously for the chat as well. Very disappointed to see the fan favorite.
Call, of course, from the King Jack.
But if I was
Not up to
Tolerine
61,000.
I would have said checkmate.
I want to go back to that.
That's how long you been hip pocketing that one, Randy? Dirtbag.
On the turn.
With the dealers deal.
So this is an going to open and a plus
Poker's
2
cold,
flat
man.
raise on
You know, we've been
flop
around it
and
a minute,
still
but
another
then when
bet
you get,
incoming.
especially for, you know, Botez, she's involved in a lot of different things, right? She's got chess, you know, she's got her brand. The poker thing is relatively new, so that Payne, you know, I don't know quite how used to it she is.
See,
at
you know,
this
the
point.
ranges
And
are
especially
quite broad early on here,
when
as
you're
we
trying to
touched
make
on. The speculators
good decisions
abound.
out there, and then you do make them, but then not once but twice in quick succession, leaving you showered.
What exactly is
You
lurking?
end up
Nor
on the
does
wrong end of the
G-Man as he
outcome.
calls once
It takes a
more,
lot of
and here we are at the
discipline
river,
to
141,000.
look inwards and go, all right,
in the middle.
Don't get upset. Don't get angry. Just, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Some in the chat surmising.
It costs us 25K.
It
each
costs
time it does.
25,000. You know, poker is a game where you make
he's got a
good
4.
decisions, but your opponent still has a chance
got
to
it.
kind of get
Maybe
there. You
both,
gotta
by the
embrace
way, a 4 and a
variance.
flush
Very
draw. One never knows.
What if it's different kind of game than chess, where you know good decisions.
So what's your
just
read here,
wins.
Randy?
I think he's got a full
All right,
house.
on
at
the
moment.
topic of get
That's
there,
a good
that's
read.
exactly what Sam
I
Greenwood
think
has
that
done here. Is
the
no
reason I say
sooner
that
does
he
Tolerine
raised the flop,
absorb
he
the
bet the turn, his
remains
opponent's
of
still
Botez's
calling.
stack. He finds
It's very clear
aces.
that Undergun
He
likely
finds a
has
table
the
for
king.
4, and he finds himself cooked
And
on
it
this
is the
Jack
4.
6-6 board where Greenwood has trips. JNT and Maestro were
So-
never going to make a set as they both had pocket threes.
G-Man.
And here's Tolerine following
There's a little
through
civil
for
war there.
22,000.
Comes up on the wrong end of the exchange, as it was sanity. Like a quiet
Look,
rage.
the threes
just
haven't made
beneath
a
the
set,
surface.
but they're still going to try to find it on the turn.
Both Maestro and Torel
First thought that came to
have
mind.
called. So all of a sudden for Greenwood, Randy, with the trip 6.
Well, I was
Okay,
thinking
we're
probably
putting the
4
mystery
in my
hand on
head.
G-Man.
I'll tell you what, production is doing this one for us, Randy. As if it wasn't going to be difficult enough to figure out what a mystery hand is. They parked it on the G-Man here. Hijack.
Big pot.
6K open. Luo with pocket threes. Trying to pull up a crab pot instead. An ace-7 and a deuce. Rainbow.
More fun that way.
And G-Man just playing with blistering pace.
Yeah, he's instant betting. Of course, I'm not surprised he's c-betting. It seems like he's going to bet regardless if he hit or not. And I think Luo is starting to catch on as he check calls the
Boy,
pocket
the eyes
threes.
said everything there, didn't they? He's like, listen, buddy. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Brace yourself, Randy. Unless there's a set of aces or a set of sevens for G-Man here, things could be approaching core meltdown shortly. 12,000 into 27.
Has to be a check raise at this point with the threes. G-Man is not looking to fold hands.
They like the poker there too. Italians,
There's poker there.
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, more cash games.
Maybe he raises to like 50K or so. Just trying to get the maximum in there, expecting a good ace to never fold.
They have a nice casino there, yeah.
I mean, and the board is dry here.
What the hell, serious? Guess, guys? Guess me like this?
45. Does he have a real hand here?
Well, I mean, he's like, serious, guys? Makes the call.
All of a sudden, we're playing for 117. Note, by the way, that you said, really, guys? You're doing me like this? 4 to a wheel and the backdoor clubs showing up now. So the three's not quite as cozy as they were a moment ago.
I still would be going for some value with this set. Sure, it's a bit dangerous, but you don't want G-Man just to check back like
Chance, you play a little
ace,
tennis,
king, ace,
right?
queen, ace, jack.
Would you give Forrest 20 hours of poker lessons for 1 hour of tennis lessons?
Only to friends. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not yet. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, wow. 41,000 barreled, and now the jam.
Fold. What do you
Okay.
got, G-Man?
Did he actually have it? Is it ace-5? Is it backdoor clubs? No, it's just one pair of aces with the key ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs. Ace of clubs.
As Luo
That was a good kicker.
gets tracked.
How old are you?
41.
Okay.
Still young. You know, like when I come to Canada, and just I said, oh, I wish I could come to Canada earlier. She asked, how old are you? I said, 40. Oh, you're so young, man. Yeah, for Canada, yeah. But when you're born in Ukraine, you know, like 40, it's not a young boy.
Okay, okay.
Are you from Ukraine?
Yeah, from Kyiv.
Pocket fours for
I didn't
Canizaro.
see a war.
Has issues.
I mean, when the war starts, we were in Thailand on vacation with my kids.
Okay.
And we just have a long vacation, you know, like 3 years.
You did. Wow, you didn't go back.
Yeah.
Just didn't go back.
Yeah, we had like very few suitcases, you know, in Phuket, and we spent there 16 months because we didn't know what to do. And then moved to Canada. And now we live,
And with your belongings at home, what did you do?
yeah, just nothing. Yeah, I sold a few cars, like that's all.
Okay. Damn.
And like,
It's unimaginable for us, you know. You have a home, you go to holidays, and then the war breaks out, and what are you gonna do, right?
And I still have house and apartment, like, but beautiful people live in my house, and my father living in my apartment.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
close ones looking after it.
Now everything is okay, if I can say like that.
Okay.
When they like just pumping every single night.
Paired king high flop with a couple of clubs here as we lay out for a
this
little
is
bit of
streaming
story
on
time from
YouTube
the
or, like,
Ukrainian there.
YouTube.
I think so, yeah.
Definitely. Maybe it could be on Twitch as well.
Check call of 10K.
I saw they do on
Jack still best.
WSOP YouTube channel.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Should be concerns for Kornev not looking to take this 3 streets of value.
We can check
Often
it
just
without
checking.
pause, right? we can like share a link or something. Like give them a chance. Like,
Oh,
wow.
That'd be nice.
1 hour delay.
How do you feel about that?
Probably like 20 minutes.
Numero
Stream
cuatro
starts at 1.
has downed
Oh, is that
the
right?
Jacks of Corneth.
Yeah, 1 hour I think would be by default.
Let's see whether or not the sizing here is such that Corneth might stay interested. 50 into 61. He's going to have his doubts, obviously, written all over his face. You could see King
I'm
X
Polish by
attached to this line.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think
So
that's
we're- the
Corneth's
whole
main
family's from like
concern.
the
Doesn't
southeast
feel like
part
it's
of
a
small
5X
village over there.
often.
So almost Ukrainian.
So your parents, yeah.
Block some club draws
Your
with the Jack
parents
of
moved to
clubs.
Canada, right?
My
Not
parents moved
ideal.
to,
But he got so
Canada
small on
when
a
I was,
flop,
like,
he
2
could have
years
invited
old or
some
something.
You're born in Poland.
light calls.
I was actually born in
Are
Greece.
looking to
'cause
stab
they-
now.
That was the only way to escape communism at the time.
Yeah.
They had to get through Greece, get their
Okay.
passports, and then get to Canada after. But yeah, same story. They came with nothing. They're just like, back in the day, that was the norm, right?
Yeah.
Incredible.
They came with like $100, 3 kids. Like,
Crazy.
all right, let's start a new life.
Canada is a beautiful country
Gone.
for it for starting new life. I think the best
Nice
country
lay down
in the
from
world.
Chance.
Like why we moved to Canada? Because I didn't know that in Canada we had. I know that we have the biggest community, Ukrainian community outside of Ukraine, but.
And welcome back to the Atlantis Resort here in Bahamas, where aesthetically things are looking a little bit different. I'm not just talking about the bespoke threads of the man to my right over here, Nick Wright, but rather the fact that we've got 3 people here at the booth, Day 1C coverage, James Dempsey, Ali Najad, and of course the aforementioned Nick Wright, who's come down from New York for a day or 2 of work and a little bit of play, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, thrilling to be here, to be calling a World Series of Poker event along with you. You and I have talked about doing poker stuff together for years and years. It was great to meet you earlier today, and just watching, someone walk through the room, and it's more exciting for me than walking through, any sporting event locker room or anything you see. I'm like, wait, there's Chance Corneth, there's Josh Aryeh, Ren Lin. I wanted to yell at Lady Gaga to him. So it's great. I'm so excited to be here. The only thing better to be playing, but I don't have the time. If I'm going to play, I'm obviously going to final table, probably win. So I just don't have time for it.
I'm a bit worried though, Nick, because I gather you did play here last year, didn't you?
I did.
And it didn't quite go so well for you in a 50K buy-in.
Well,
don't want to bring up.
No, it's fine.
Open up a wound,
go
why
ahead
don't
and
you,
bring
James?
up the single lowest moment of my poker life.
Way to ingratiate
nobody
yourself,
likes a bad beat story. I had Jackson, of course, a guy who, I don't have anything against him. It's not that I dislike Chris Brewer and still have nightmares about him. 3-bet me with 10-8, and of course it came Jack 9-7. Showers.
Oh.
Jack 9-7 rainbow showers.
That's nasty.
Yeah,
what are you
nasty.
supposed to do? He flops the
lose.
joint.
What you're supposed to do is lose.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
is lose.
for sure.
But thank you for bringing that up. A year ago today. 1 year anniversary.
All right. Well, the trauma aside, obviously, we do have some things to attend to. James, walk us through what the current landscape is, because as I popped into Poker News and looked at the updates, I saw a name that I could have swore in the last frame got showered, and yet there he is toward the top of the chip counts right now, Chance Corneth?
Yeah, you said there's something wrong here in the updates. Chance Corneth has 1 million in chips, which clearly means in the few minutes from when he busted the table, he just re-entered, got to a new table, and somehow doubled up already. Are we surprised the way he's playing?
I wonder who he victimized. No, and the interesting thing is when you talk about these super high rollers that are out there, a 25K is kind of them relaxing, unwinding. You know what I mean? A nightcap, if you will, here. Day 1C coverage getting back underway. We're going to keep Boris Becker and company up there on the stage, and then we are going to have one new feature table on our hands. Elliot Houdon, that is a name that should be familiar to you from yesterday's coverage. He's got 1.1 million plus and is, by all accounts, the current overall chip leader. Alexandra Botez presides over the Lagoon table with the chip lead, a chess pro turned poker professional. 750,000 in front of her, performing quite well and a good bit of runway between herself and Mexico's Santiago Sordo. In second, Jonathan Dweck and Sam Greenwood, the Maple Leafs,
rounding things out toward the bottom of the board. And some super high rollers, Punsri, Mizzy.
That's a tough, Lagoon table's a tough table.
You know, the creatures in the Blue Lagoon out there, and we're getting a peek at them for the first time. You're right about that, Nick.
I mean, that's the type of table you would think you might see at, a super high roller. Like my goodness.
And in spite of the fact, Nick, that, on First Things First and the What's Right show, poker not the central focus, of course, topically, but there is so much enthusiasm that you personally have for the game. I know you've brought it up from time to time.
I love it.
On some of the broadcasts, and you don't just talk about it. I mean, you're not just somebody who's watching. You are playing, as James talked about, 50K, and then famously for me was when you really were oh so close to taking down Phil Hellmuth.
Wow, bringing up my second
Heads
most
up.
moment.
No, but I mean...
But yes, no, I challenge Hellmuth for another 50K. That's my sweet spot for losing. But that was, you called that match. That was 5 hours that I kind of held my own as well as you could. And
you garnered a lot of respect from the poker community, I think, for what you accomplished, even though you didn't hang the L on Phil. At the end of the day, I think you demonstrated that you take the game seriously. You're a competitive guy, obviously, a sporting background, and looking forward to seeing you out there as much as we are here in the booth.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm so excited. Like, and this is, if you are someone that loves sports. For most people, your sporting life ends somewhere between the age of 16, if you're lucky, your early 20s. You know what I mean? And so this is the closest thing to that feeling for me that you can get, is like real high level, high stakes competition where you get to compete with, some of the best in the world or just buddies or whomever. So I can't get enough of it.
Well, we talk all the time about the fact that you can't just suit up and go play in the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals or the Stanley Cup or the World Cup. But you, if you have the buy-in, can get out there and rumble against the world beaters, against the greatest in the game. And in that sense, poker is very unique and I think does afford people a measure of exactly what you were talking about.
And this tournament in particular, I know that there's still a day, tomorrow.
Day one
D tomorrow. Usually when you hear people say exactly that, like, well, if you have the money, you can play against the best. Sometimes in order to guarantee you're going to be able to play against the very best, it's like, yeah, if you have the money, if you have $500,000 to go sit in a cash game, and you know what I mean, one of these private. But that's not what, I mean, like I said about this tournament in particular has brought out, if you play in this tournament, it would appear you're likely to have at your table someone like someone you've seen on TV, just walking around the room. It's a really, I couldn't believe that it feels like the whole poker community is here. I mean, why wouldn't they be? It's a $50 million guaranteed prize pool.
We need the whole poker community.
Okay.
Where else would you rather be? As we take a moment to remind you to head over to GG Poker if you want to be a part of that community. Brand new signups. Stick $20 in your account. Use the promo code Paradise2024 and then snag a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker.
Yeah, but you're right, Nick. It's absolutely amazing when you come to these kind of events. And it's one thing when we have the Triton portion of the program and every table is all these recognizable names. But you walk through this and it's just a smattering.
Yes.
Here's a Puna over here, here's a Mizzy over there. It's exciting if you qualify for these events to be in that mix. Like you say, so everyone
$2,500 satellite.
And how cool is it? You're just playing on a table with Boris Becker as well, sporting legends in this game.
Help him to make that move,
Well, the legend of two aces pays Luo a visit. It's both a dream and a nightmare sometimes, depending on how things take shape. Of course, pre-flop, we always love to see it. 3 bets to 31,000 over the top of a frisky Shufarin, who is showing left brain activity with King 3 of diamonds. Now, Lou Garza, sweet Lou, things looking sour as he's got 2 queens.
All right, so this is definitely getting 4-bet, and then Shufarin will fold. Do you think Luo, since he has positional, 5-betted or slow play his aces? I have no idea. I'd probably slow play it, but I play bad.
I like the slow play in this situation, like you say, kind of has position. And you kind
You
of
know
want to
something's
allow
gonna
the
come
person in the
though.
small
For
blind,
sure.
if they are bluffing,
He's
to
not gonna
continue
give you a
bluffing.
card.
And their value hands kind of go for it post-flop anyway most of the time. So
Yeah.
I don't think you need to force the action too much. But let's see how he goes with it.
Note, by the way, that it's going to hinge upon the sizing that Garza comes with, provided that the 4-bet is inbound, because Luo only has 231,000 back.
Oh, that's a good point.
So let's see.
Have fun,
A
boys.
4-bet to 75,000, so another 44K
So what's your nickname?
in frosting applied to the cake.
My name is Denis Shufarin. Like it's the same. Like I have real name. Like Dennis.
Yeah, he's
like
still
Denny.
with a call. Still obviously leaves over
It's
pot
a real
behind.
name,
So
yeah.
it's still a jam that elicits
Dennis
folds
Shufarin.
at some frequency. So I still prefer the slow play, but it's certainly a little closer when the stats get this
They both
shallow.
spelled it quite different. Dennis is okay.
I think he's going to jam.
And my nickname, like Santos. Like when I played.
Does he have that look in his eye?
Santos.
Sanders.
Sanders.
Sandals.
Nope.
Sanders, right.
Sanders?
Yeah.
Choosing to flat. And of
Like a
course, if we're Garza,
I mean, in GG, they force you to have.
3
your-
bets become
Oh.
4
Oh.
top set for Sweet Lou.
How do you have that hair and top set?
Oh my God.
Well, a tremendous amount of conditioner, I think, is associated with it, if you want me to really indulge you in a response there, Dempsey. But the indulgence belongs to Garza here. 168 in the middle, and the nightmare scenario for the aces of Luo.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both trying to work out how to get all the chips in the middle right now. I mean, there's some concern for Luo, of course, that queens and maybe jacks forms part of that cold 4-bet range, but I still think you...
Oh, wow, this is dirty.
Yeah, again, this actually switches around where you might expect this seat to have more of the jacks and queens having 3-bet called a 4-bet. Also, some ace queens suited perhaps would have stuck around for the 4-bet.
But Dempsey, don't we feel actually comforted by what reads to be a more honest check out of Garza as a cold 4-better from the small here with our aces?
Yeah, I mean, wow. I like it because you think you're up against maybe an ace-king, maybe kings are the value hands that have given up, so you kind of know what the bad cards are.
I mean, we're blocking the ace-x's if we're Luo.
This is it. But I mean, the pot's so shallow, we don't have to get it in on the flop.
And
Easy
I
to
was
do over 2
convinced it
streets,
was him
rainbow
that's sitting here.
texture.
I didn't recognize the shirt.
Yeah, but so Garza's not checking again
No,
here.
no, we
That's
have to-
half pot.
Smile,
We have to
look,
go.
everything.
I think small bet here. Looks like
65.
reasonably
Used to
big,
do lots of
considering what's
tricks
behind.
with
I bet.
Especially with the women.
That is crazy. Think about that.
Now, if we're Luo, do
Anything.
we feel compelled
School,
Oh, it's
club.
cool to have
to
that
jam
going
and
up in
deny
exams.
equity to some sort of combination here, Dempsey? Is that a notion?
I would suggest that the only real hands that would have picked up equity are potential flush draws, really.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of
We have
ace
the
5,
ace of
ace 4
diamonds,
diamonds, and we
yeah.
have the ace of diamonds. I don't think we have to worry too much.
I'd
But
say
then
the women,
the
that
pot's
way.
so big by this point,
Yeah.
I mean, it seems reasonable just to jam
Like,
from another
wow.
120.
He's a Superman.
He's back. He's back.
Yeah, I mean, he's just.
He's just going to go full rope. I love this. I mean, we don't know what's
yeah.
gone on
But
necessarily.
he's just
between
gonna.
these two.
I mean, there's just not. I can't think of a card that comes where he doesn't lose all his money.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, guys.
We're
It's
goose.
unclear as you talk about full rope exactly whose neck the noose is around from Luo's perspective. He's wary of the idea he could be the man up on the gallows.
Yeah, but he's thinking. He's trapping here. I mean, we're both trapping. We're both happy.
I mean,
Going to be a lot more joyous as Garza here, playing 122 effective, sub 0.5 SPR.
Old school.
But they did the switch, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think he's going to wait very long to call after Garza
no.
jams.
Yeah.
Going to do the old look down once, be like, call.
You do a lot of tricks, that's for sure.
Oh, he didn't even jam?
Yeah, 200K.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those are
covers.
100K chips. Sorry. I thought.
But hang on here. Luo.
Well, the only value we beat is kings, right? So he's like, really? But
Good night
Wow.
and good luck. As aces, the demise of so many throughout the course of any particular tournament. And you see Garza recognizing that was
About
a bit
real
filthy.
names, like, I think this is very important.
As much as I love poker, that's when there's just such a stupid game. just an outrage. I mean, just The guy, Luo does absolutely nothing wrong. There's no street in which he doesn't, unless you think there's a chance if he 5-bets pre that he's going to get some folds out of queens. But
was that an ace of clubs around his neck? Because maybe we just ripped the chain off and just huck it across the room.
Plopped down the river.
No kidding. Well, we're going to peek back over at the other featured table, which perhaps will be devoid of the sort of carnage we bore witness to moments ago. Botez is going to sit this one out.
9.
Yeah, good start for her, Ali. She registered sort of end of level 1, I want to say. So in just the 1 hour she's been sat, has gained an extra sort of half a starting stack.
She's evolved tremendously since we first saw her on tour, sort of during the pandemic. A lot of the chess streamers somehow got intertwined with some poker streamers, and then there was some introductions to both factions. Poker players playing a lot of chess, chess players playing a lot of poker, and here we are with her clearly being the foremost of those
tap water mixed with chemicals.
Convertees.
You can drink it if you'd like, but
quickly, someone in the chat just asked, is this Boris Becker any relation to the tennis player? They are related there. It is the tennis player. That is the world-famous Boris Becker, one of the probably 6 greatest male tennis players of all time.
And a real poker fan. Like he plays a lot of poker. This isn't someone who dips his toes in now and again. I mean, I played countless hours against this man in the cash games in the fabled Palm Beach in London for many years. Yeah, he would come in every night.
A peculiar name for a casino in, you know, gloomy old London, by the way, Palm Beach.
Less of the gloomy
glass bottle, for sure.
It's not like somewhere in Miami there's a card room called the Fog Palace. So, you know, bit of inversion. Meanwhile, Gutshot straight draw acquisition on the turn for Greenwood 6s, which hold on all the way down the line against Dweck's Ace-10.
Oh, wow, that sounds very
Our landlord had it there before.
Double Gutshot he had, but didn't need it.
I told like 4 people at the gym, just like random people that were drinking it.
That's good to know. That's mate.
Yeah. I was just in Argentina. Everyone drinks mates.
Yeah, I went to Argentina when I was for a chess tournament before, and that's how I got hooked on mate.
Oh yeah?
I was 12, so like not a good thing for me to be drinking.
There's the shutdown on the end. Greenwood will haul that one in. And his twin brother Lucas out in these streets for the Triton Super High Roller Series, as evidenced by the ball cap that he's wearing. An abbreviated version of that festival preceded this Super Main and overlapped with some of the preliminary bracelet events that included Stephen Chidwick taking down the 50K pot limit Omaha. Bernard Punsry there also donning the logo.
Holly as well. Chidwick was sitting down in that 10K PLO we were talking about before we came on.
I mean, you know.
There's a little one-dayer going on, so he's just trying to rip off another bracelet
I was
before
going to say,
jumping in
Chidwick
this.
just won another, just keep winning all the PLO bracelets.
Yeah.
Listen, I believe at Triton, it's PLO and short deck titles that he had prior to a 2-card title. Did he finally get that monkey off his back, the 2-card title?
Yeah, he doesn't. Let me check that for you all.
Yeah, because listen, while you're at the booth here, James, that doesn't mean that you're devoid of your producer duties, all right? It's a double dip. As we see Greenwood now looking for back-to-back. Ace-King makes it 9,000. Dweck flats. Punsry, a chunky Ace-Jack cutoff 45,000. We'll get back around to Greenwood. Ace-King doesn't like to be passive generally. But as you pointed out,
With
Nick,
the 3-bet that big, does he sometimes just call?
36,000 more. The thing is obviously the sizing of the 3-bet from Punsry, designed sort of to cement the squeeze more successfully.
I mean, we're over 100 big blinds deep. We've got a player stuck in the middle. We do want to make it large. So 5x seems fine in this specific scenario. Really makes it hard for either Greenwood or Dweck to peel, and that's kind of what you want when you're squeezing, especially when you've got the Ace-Jack-O. It's funny, I would say normally there's an option in this situation, we might just see some calls. But the way this 25K has been playing out, I'm no surprise to see this just jam in.
Yeah, the variance has been embraced, especially by those who have such an appetite for high stakes.
Yeah, especially if you plan on, if you bust firing multiple bullets, you guys are trying to spin a big stack.
Yeah, we saw Chance yesterday with Jeff before the start of the play saying, I'm going to try and make a pair and I'm not going to fold it. That was his strategy for the day. and he was true to his word.
Alejandro Lococo, by the way, a name familiar to those that watch the World Series of Poker main event each and every summer from Las Vegas, a few years removed from a 7th place run, managed to pick up 12 million plus in the Triton Million Invitational, one of 2 Triton events that took place before this Super Main. And then we saw Alex Foxen claim glory and rock the pimp jacket from Ossie Katola.
He really gave our guy Schulman's victory photo a run for its money.
Right. Schulman famously with the cigar, feet up on the rail.
Yes.
What he lacked, of course, was just the sartorial chic of like a 90s South Side of Chicago, you know, a guy on the wrong side of the law sort of.
I thought you were just going to say it. Pimp.
Yeah, pimp.
Yeah, I mean, that's that's what I think that's the aesthetic he was going for.
A6 deuce, not the flop that either of these two had in mind. Button squaring off with the big. Mizzy defending against Sordo's aggressions.
There's a good video out there on the Triton socials of his winner's interview. Spliced together. He talks about his relationship with Kristen and how that's great for him, both as a person, as a poker player. And he talks about how Kristen keeps him grounded. Keeps him a real person.
While he's wearing
just at the moment that you see him whip his feet up onto the table with that jacket on.
He might have a complicated relationship with PETA if he keeps rocking that thing.
Real grounded.
Been busted yet.
Definitely.
I don't know where the jacket came from.
Ossie Katola.
Oh,
Didn't they have some agreement whereby Ossie was like, yeah, who else packs a fur in the Bahamas? You know, other than the Bishop Don Juan.
I mean, I've been many times on TV tables, but not this week.
To answer your question, by the way, Ali, Stevie, both titles in short deck.
Both titles. I thought he had a 4-card title in the Triton Street. So I stand corrected, but now he's got a World Series of Poker bracelet in 4-card.
Well, both his bracelets are 4-card, and both his Tritons are short deck.
It's crazy.
So
I've always said Chidwick sucks at Hold'em. It's just confirmed. I mean, my God.
We all knew it, and now
I always had a feeling. I'm glad we have some analytical backing.
Ball don't lie, Nick.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, come on, man. Win a bracelet in the Cadillac, or shut up, Stevie.
That would good if somebody who goes, oh, you've never heard of this game? Do you want to gamble?
You know how
on it?
mortifying it is? Stephen Chidwick has the same number of No Limit Hold'em bracelets as me.
Exactly.
Well, it's an outrage.
We should get them to bring.
He's tried a lot harder.
Exactly right. I mean, really, when you think of it, I'm way more profitable.
I don't know about profitable.
Well, emotionally speaking.
Okay.
Where are you on the all-time money list, Nick? You're right up there in the top 3.
You know, it's very funny you say that, because I
24.
was trying to see what state you could claim to have the best chance of one day
being number one,
being number one,
all-time Wyoming,
like Rhode Island.
Yeah, I was like, I would
Ended up winning.
That's sharp, by the way. I like that.
I think the answer is Alaska.
You know, he might have won too.
Surprising, really. There's nothing else to do up there, but
because
in the dark.
Right, and because there have been, it doesn't really have to be where you were born. Like you can just claim a state, like with some people, and so some of those like Mountain West states, people have moved there and they claim it now. And so yeah,
sparsely populated part of the country. Meanwhile, somewhat sparse this Queen Jack.
And also like
Adam Hendricks, 6.8 million, Alaska.
Oh, good luck.
Find another state.
Damn it. Forgot
that's
about
one
him.
tournament.
Hang on, guys. All of a sudden, we go from mild to medium and then hot as Sordo, with a little salsa, 4 bets to 60,000, dominating Botez. And she gets smacked up a little bit there. Bien hecho, señor.
course.
And then they called it
The guy with the bread.
Aram Zobian's nabbed Rhode Island. I mean, this is. I think
Has
people are
he
already
really?
onto this.
Zobian's got nothing to do with Rhode Island.
That's what I'm saying.
state strat right there.
That's
You
what I'm
know,
saying. I think
It's going to think like there's a
You
high
shouldn't have
likelihood of
publicized
being able
this.
to successfully rob a bank.
Nick,
So
now you've
like,
ruined
I'm
it. Now everybody's
What's my
finding
home
out
state of
why
Missouri?
Is it like 6%? You know.
Oh my God. Yeah, you were right, obviously.
Did you guys just spy the dealing technique being utilized here by this man at the feature?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the new kind of. First time I saw this was at the Aviation Club.
Was it a misdeal though?
I don't. Yeah, if it was, then obviously.
The dealing technique that instantly snap resulted in a mistake.
The funny thing is, this is always the European way. So you mentioned it.
Oh,
for the Aviation Club.
okay. This guy needs to stop with this.
Oh no, hang on though.
He just didn't like the card.
Here's the thing though. As I understand it, I was observing this particular technique being utilized in the big cash game that's being played over here, Jean-Robert Belland and company. And they even dynamically shuffle as well. So the flop gets dealt out, and then they cut before they put the turn out, and then they cut before they put the river out, so as to continue to randomize and prevent any sort of cooler deck kind of being put in there. There have been some scandals that have been popping up in private game streets and whatnot. Not sure that's what's percolating here.
Well, this is exactly what it's preventing. There has been some speculation. There have been some cheating scandals of some people having managed to place cameras on the felt, hidden in a ring, hidden in a device, able to see the cards as they get pitched. So this is one way to obviously prevent that any camera could potentially ever see a card getting pitched out.
Oh, now that okay, so as you guys were describing it, I wasn't following how this would, be a preventative measure, but I see it now. It's instantly to the felt and then slid over. So
Right.
it's never.
So there's no way anyone could ever see the underside.
I saw
of
the thing about the Texas card house with the ring, where it lets us, you can just. It's almost like a mirror ring.
The point is, you say like.
Oh,
there's no insinuation
A Dakota ring.
here
No,
at
of
any
course
point,
not.
but it's just this is a way we can prevent that method ever being employed here.
Well, Botez looking to prevent some of the
and-
harm that came Luo's way with 2 aces. She has 3-bet Sordo.
Again, Sordo had this King Jack offsuit just a moment ago. Found the 4-bet.
Mizzy going to
Did
hop
Mizzy
along with the
just
hard
call?
8. Yeah. Look at this. This is under the gun +1, +2, and then hijack in succession.
And if Sordo does call, he's in even rougher shape because I don't know if you saw it, but the previous player also had King Jack off. So his 2 pair outs, which he desperately needs to avoid.
I love this fold. That's really good. You're getting such a tempting price because the 3-bet wasn't that big, and Sorrel's overcalled. But King Jack offsuit just does so poorly in this kind of spot. So good discipline there.
10-8-5 as Sordo said adios. Botez has this one by the throat. Set mining effort comes up short for Sorrel.
A little scary though. You attribute this cold call to all the sets available here. We can see he's peeling as wide as 4s, so we know 5s are in there, but certainly 8s and 10s would be in anyone's range here.
Follow through from Botez comes to the tune of 22.
Yeah, so it gets murky for Sorrel, having peeled as wide as this. The temptation to continue for 3rd pot with just an under pair. Does have a heart.
Yeah. If you call a 3-bet with 4s and it comes 10 high, you're peeling one.
I think for 3rd pot, I
Yeah,
feel like
you're
we're
doing it,
with the 4
and you're
hearts.
just convinced. You're just convincing yourself they have Ace King or Ace Queen,
Right?
And you're.
You know, we do see a lot of this, just kind of keeping an eye on the 3-better who isn't supposed to be interacting with the 10-high board.
Yeah.
Bar the overpair, of course.
Now, of course, Botez going to be worried about some of those flush draws.
65.
It's like King Queen suited, maybe the most likely non-pair hands that call that 3-bet, and then call a flop bet. Big bet now as well, 75. Can't see Sorrel wanting to stick around for this.
Good call. good fold, good call by you that he was going to fold.
The point is what?
Also, I love the graphics on the when someone bets and it spins like your gas, like the
Sure.
You know what I mean? Instead of just quick change, I like that a lot.
You top off at the pump, Nick?
Well, we could be in Las Vegas. We could be in the Bahamas. My favorite part of any World Series of Poker event is annoying this man, the 2003 main event champion, Chris Moneymaker. Chris, it is so good to see you. How are you doing today? Any comment at this time? He's texting somebody. He's texting number one. It says Jeff Platt sucks.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. You didn't mean for me to see that, right?
No, I was for my daughter.
Got your daughter. That's really nice. 2 titles for you in this last year. Did you get good at poker all of a sudden on us?
I've just avoided you.
That might have helped you out a little bit?
I learned how to play and stopped watching you and avoided you, and so, yeah, I'm doing better.
I'll send you off to the action with one final question. Do you feel like back in 2003 you really set the stage for the Raymer boom? Thank you for the time. Been working on that one. Great to see you as always. Guys, let's send it back to you. Yes, I did.
Well played, Jeff Platt. Those two have a terrific relationship, by the way. Don't make a meal out of that interaction. Definitely having some fun there.
Did you invent that phrase?
What's that?
Make a meal out of it.
No, I don't think I did. I think it was a football commentators, not football, American football, but rather I'm pandering to our British compatriot here.
This is a very old phrase.
Yeah, yeah. But
if it wasn't here, Ollie would have claimed it, though.
Well, no, I feel like if you didn't, I trust you didn't invent it, but you did to me. Like you're the one.
Was I the first place that?
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Which is one way to say you don't watch soccer.
But I watch a little.
Meanwhile, here we are, Mizzy once again embroiled up against the Frenchman Lewis, who's got himself two-way straight draw.
And Lewis overbet there.
Yeah,
Mizzy with the club draw and the 2 overs stuck in there.
Lewis is going to be so sick if he waves the white flag.
Well, you know the French do have a...
Oh, come on.
Okay,
we don't need,
it was cheap.
We don't need that. Come on, fire, kid. Good job.
There it is.
Wow. Ballsy.
And this is not a petite fillet, boys. We're talking about a porterhouse in terms of sizing. 75 into 82.
So we're already giving this some thought. So hard to call holding 2 clubs.
I mean, king, queen, high. That would have been super ambitious. If he would have called with that one, Lewis may have fallen out of his chair. He'd have been like, hey, guys, can we go that new shuffle? We're going to need that new shuffle.
Especially, that's the only... The queen 9 is almost the only reasonable holding you can... Because jack 9 got there. Everything else is a pair. Ace high beats you.
Queen jack, I guess? Is that ever?
No, queen jack, yeah, sure.
But, you know, same,
there's just not very many things you can beat. That would have been a sick call.
So Ra's going to feel a little beaten up the last couple of hands he's played. Facing big bets multiple times.
Undeterred, undaunted, in comes an open.
Oh, and he's going to get it again.
We've all been on the receiving end of this when we're at the table, and not all of the hands that are coming, what feels like are coming after us, are revealed. And so you begin to wonder, is it like, what's going on? Do I have a neon sign over my head that says soft, fish, passive? What is it?
He didn't even think about that there, though.
No.
No, Mr. Tundura.
He said that fella doesn't look like a guy who 3-bets light.
No. And I tend to agree with him, by the way.
Yeah,
you know?
I do too.
The spearmint short sleeve, you know, coupled with some length in the tooth, I think we're safely bowing out with the old A7 out of position against that gentleman.
Yeah, that's where I think you don't really have to be balanced.
No,
I think you're allowed to overfold against a certain archetype.
Did you get wind of Tony Parker folding kings pre-flop yesterday?
What? I saw Tony today at lunch, but I did not see that. I was
Ding Biao.
Was it
opened
right?
to 32,000 as a min raise. Tony Parker 3-bet to 64,000. Then Ding made it $500,000 to go. And Parker went into the tank and ultimately binned the Cowboys.
What did the other fella have?
Dust. I don't remember what it was.
No.
It was that. No, he had Ace Queen, was it?
Oh no.
Ace Jack, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a glass bottle when it came in, right?
Like small, like a bullet.
Who knows? Maybe an ace would have flopped.
It's stronger.
Unclear.
The original recipe.
And a lot of sugar.
Can I say something a little rude? Tony's.
I made it this far in my career doing nothing but.
Tony is way too rich to fold kings pre-flop.
That's a great point. Especially when you consider euro to dollar conversions for the Frenchmen.
And that there's rebuys and like this is if you're if it's your one time playing the World Series and it's a bucket list thing and it's okay,
no rebuy,
whatever. Tony's got way too much money folding kings.
I will say this. We gleaned some insights as we see.
Respect.
Ace Queen 3-bet and take it. You want to say is cut from a similar cloth to the tandoor oven over at the other table, but as we observed, the cyclotron can spin out of control over there at the reactor. Was going to say that what Tony shared with us is that he didn't want to let his, quote, ego get in the way of his decision making over there. And even though he had observed Ding Biao blasting off light, he just felt as though what we suspect is that a man willing to put in $500,000 over the top of 64,000, if it were Tony,
we're giving you guys fighter jets now,
would generally have aces. And a lot of times, especially freshly removed from a big bluff or something like that, you think the guy's not doing it again. Surely this is the real hand where I get caught,
Like, well, let me add, I'll add maybe one other potential element. If you are an all-time legendary athlete that is now invested in this,
gold reserves. They have the
how much of kind of psychological EV are you weighing? What if I make the fold of the tournament? If I'm right, if was it on a stream table? Yeah. So this is that if he has aces and I have kings and I bin it, like that clip lives forever. And even if I, you know what I mean, don't win the tournament, like it's hard to win tournaments, like, but I can have that moment. Like I bet that it's on the board. That was.
I think it's a factor for sure. You want to make the most amazing play.
Yes.
And sometimes that's a fault.
Does.
Not so amazing as a pair of sevens on an ace-high board. 2 overcards become 3 as Gadios has had a tough go of things.
And you met each other in Canada.
That's
crazy, yeah.
So
picking up his second pot.
Here
Give him a look here.
Shows him.
What do you have?
Friendly game.
Right.
Like inseparable.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that certainly was part of it. I was thinking if he happened to fold a kings against aces, everyone would be talking about this amazing fold, and that moment would be discussed for a long time to go. As it is, we just get Ollie going swimming.
Yeah, I threatened to jump into the Caribbean.
You
In fact, I promised.
No, it's a promise. It's
to
not a
jump
threat,
into
it's
the
a promise.
Caribbean.
If he
Parker
folded
the kings, and then I think I said it too loud. It must have actually echoed into the main tournament area where Tony was like, "Wait, I can get that dude to take a night swim here in the reef shark infested waters off the coast of Paradise Island. I'm in."
Speaking of shark infested reefs, Johannes Strava joining the reef table, Ollie.
Talented. Just a starting stack for the Dutchman, though, for now.
Yeah, I don't know what's closer, like the Croatian language to Polish or Ukrainian to Polish, but they're both very similar.
I'm not sure because I don't know.
You see the ring on Garza's left hand, by the way. He won a World Series of Poker bracelet and then proposed to his girlfriend right there at the stage.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Sweet Lou.
I've got a Ukrainian cleaner, and she talks me in Ukrainian,
She did say
and I
yes,
talk to her in
apparently.
Polish. And sometimes it's kind of
Yeah,
hard
just
to
want a bracelet.
kind of get the point
What
across.
if she's like, "You have a
but it
gambling
still
problem,"
works.
and just walked away?
That's minimum 3.5x.
Yeah. I'm just thinking.
I'm saying this knowing I'm very lucky to have a Ukrainian cleaner.
Yes. I believe you. So, like, it's going to be...
The more you talk about Ukrainian clean,
Yeah.
the higher the 3-bet.
Yeah, it's going to be
Yeah.
22.
There's a dynamic here when you mention your Ukrainian cleaner as
Yeah.
Ukrainian 3-bet
I
on
don't
the
think
button.
he's going, oh, that's great. Thank you so much for employing my diaspora. 8K becomes 22. Shufadin.
You know what? I should
Gonna
always
take
call
Wybrow
this
to
hand,
the
but as a
cleaners.
sign of respect.
Yeah, he's gonna fold.
It's a little smaller on the sizing there, Ollie, but button
Conversation
against
wins.
cutoff, we're kind of dealing with wider ranges. It's okay
What area of Toronto you
to size down a little bit.
In Scarborough, it's like.
I really think part of the reason he folded was the whole
the banter.
table talk
Yeah.
dynamic
Yeah.
threw him off, and he didn't know if he was all of a sudden going to be in a war.
You know, Drake?
He's actually from Toronto.
Thank you. Let me get you. You also sell?
Red Bull.
No. You build high rises or houses?
Red Bull, yeah.
Regrettably, the Ukrainians somewhat familiarized recently with all of a sudden finding themselves in a war, Nick. So that's, yeah.
Thank you.
It's very hard to build.
Unnecessary.
Very hard to start.
Hashtag me.
Nick, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah.
I'm just a
Big
satchel of
stuff. No, I'm making the Russian
superfluousness,
right now.
really, at the end
Where?
of the day.
In Canada.
King,
Yeah,
Queen.
2 years now. We have 2 years now.
Soon
Makes
to
it
be
11.
51st
Garios again in bad
Yeah,
shape.
maybe.
King 10
Maybe.
suited, flatting.
You know, it's funny.
I don't think
there's,
since
there's not a lot of
I've
people
been
upset
sitting
about
here,
that right now.
I'm
Boris
telling you.
Becker's played a hand.
He's been engaged in the socialization, but not the poker. You're right about that.
So maybe this is, I was going to say I'm bad for this, but I'm glad he's doing it too. Like that to me would be an always call. Like closing the action.
Yeah, the connected kind of middle
connected,
into high
you're
cards.
super deep. Like
Yeah, I think it's fine with 9-10.
Somehow, Capriles finds the best hand on the flop, and in spite of the arrival of an ace, he retains that honor here on the 9-7-7 board.
And just the presence, I was going to say for... He's going to get away with a face a bet here. I thought the presence of two other players in the pot may prevent both of them from bluffing this ace. We may elect to see Capriles get to that river for free, but as it is, he has to pay a low price of 11K. It's going to be tough. He faces another bullet, though. Here it comes.
Wow.
Snap bet, too.
What are you looking?
Oh, they missed,
Hono
they
you.
missed then. He bought 3. Oh, no, he bought
Barreling
2.
turn and river, and making a believer out of Capriles.
He gets there.
Sir.
Yeah, I really like that. Once we bet the flop, we have to follow through on that turn. Make exactly those kind of hands fold. And Capriles, he can't really do much about that. Your man opens pre, checks three-way,
I
ace
look for
hits.
him.
He then wants to bet three-way. With the player behind, easily having an ace. This is a lot of fun, Nick, when we get to cover these day ones.
Yeah.
Very deep stack poker. So much of poker we witness is 20 big blinds, 30 big blinds. And
So I 1000% agree with you. Like as far as like someone who voraciously consumes poker, it is final tables and bubble and money bubbles. It is so drastically different. You don't really, typically get to see a lot of the really cool stuff that like people try to do in their home games. You know what I mean? When you're playing a cash game super deep, this is more multi-way, more 3 bets and 4 bets. Yes, I totally. Everything has its place, but this is exciting.
The contrast is stark.
And just the feel at the table, the demeanor of everyone, the laughing, the
Oh,
joking, the friendliness, the chatting. 3 days' time, this will be a far quieter affair. As Capriles coming in with a 3-bet from the small blind King Queen O against that cutoff open makes sense. Strava going to have a lot of hands there. Doesn't get to continue with these offsuit combos, which is always, as we always say, pardon me.
The Nichols charged another 21K to seek a set instead. Paired flop here, 9-9-8. 5's still best. Capriles out of position. We've seen him do a lot of 3-betting pre, and then when he doesn't interact, or even when he does on balance, just checking and being passive. Here he is, however, firing with the follow-through of 25.
Yeah, not the best board for him. Strava's going to have certainly more nines. Going to have some pocket pairs to continue, and the sort of 10 jack suited, queen 10 suited, queen jack suited that will continue for 1. It does get icky on this turn, and he's going to shut it down.
Yeah, and if you have 5s and you don't flop a set, this is about as good of a board as you can look at.
And a great turn, right? An undercard.
Yeah, of course.
Less likely to be counterfeited. I think Strava will just be happy to take this to showdown. Oh, he's going to go for a small bet now. Whoa, not a small bet. Did he say?
70.
Okay. Knows exactly where he is. Thinks it's exactly this kind of hand, a big ace. 2 overs, wants to deny equity.
And dispatches the king-queen without much fanfare. Strava, upon arrival, begins the process of accumulating chips.
Oh, in front. Okay.
Johannes has paid a visit to
No
some
problem.
Tritons.
Right here?
In the past, Dutch delegation has kind of thinned out
No,
over the course of the last few festivals. Rumor has it that it has a little something to do with tax implications.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard for certain countries to be going around the world playing.
Good.
Without the old government dipping into your pocket a bit?
Yeah, I think the problem is some countries don't have tax treaties with others, so not only do you get taxed once, you get taxed
double
twice,
tax.
and then it's, come on, you can't beat that.
No.
Oh, you were the one on the seat. You were the one on seat 3. Yeah, no, yeah. I told him after that, after he was standing up, and I actually.
Good old UK, of course.
You were the one.
No tax on poker. Keep the whole lot.
No tax on poker in the UK.
All gambling is tax-free.
All gambling is tax-free? Oh, my God.
You win the lottery, you keep the lot.
Yeah, but then you have to be in the UK.
Wow. I guess the tax you pay is the food.
It really is. How much bangers and mash and mushy peas, haddock and chips can you throw down the hatch before you got a problem? Meanwhile, Capriles has problems despite being the dominant party pre-flop. He's now got second pair, Broadway gutter up against top 2.
And it's the same 2 that were just in the last hand. Was Straver the one with 5s?
He was, yeah. Yeah, and this one, again, a really rich board texture for the 3-bet peeler. Strava, though, for now, just with the call to that small sizing, certainly an opportunity there to elevate things, but we're very deep, and that board is still scary from his point of view. Capriles could have all the sets, ace, queen, these type of hands, all in there.
Good check.
Yeah, just try and get the showdown with that jack. 8-8 run out. Will look good for him, but of course Strava, way the best of it. And there are some things he can rep here that have missed. Some of those flush draws. Hard to imagine he's got a queen that really ever wants to bet. Queen jack, queen 10 suited would just check.
Why is that? Okay. Okay. Wow.
75,000 from Strava.
Okay.
Not on the table.
I think Capriles is going to call him in part because of the dynamic from the previous hand.
Because of the last one, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a real tough spot because it is just, I think, flush draws that we beat. And with the king and 10 of spades on the board,
what are the flush
a lot
draws?
Of those.
Yeah, of course.
Like the ace X's, certainly going to be in there.
And you unblock the spades. Maybe I'm wrong.
Nice fold. He's saying can't beat. Yeah, well done.
Send the Dutch kid.
It's 2 in a row. Johannes has arrived, huh?
I'll give up.
Johannes has arrived.
Yeah, 45.
By the way, that's cool when Boris Becker knows your name.
Yeah.
I'm just putting it out there. Like he's a cool customer at the poker table, but he's like, oh, Boris knows who I am. That's cool.
That is really cool.
I'm okay with
Strava, by the way, looks like he's got a frame where he could swing a racket. Some court reach.
Oh, no. For me, just
Those
Olympic
tentacles.
games, you know, you just play every single day doing content and just... For me, everything is a game. It's not a work. Like, you know, like my mother of my wife says, oh, kids, do not touch your father because he's working when I'm playing poker. I said, I'm not working, I'm playing poker. What the hell? Like, why you say working? Like, because, like, just everything is a game. Like, just...
Good way to approach life. I find the same. Even in my business.
Shufadin taking the endeavor of professional poker with a grain of salt, apparently. Not sure the take is shared across the high-stakes community, but, you know.
Yeah.
He's on record. Meanwhile, a lot of interference here as both the blinds and the button hit the dance floor. He's queen 9, so bottom pair for both Gyonoyu and Garrios. Garza with the best of it.
Or you can have a fun. Oh, you know, I just lost 25K. That was really funny. Oh shit. Yeah.
Also getting some value.
Down to heads up. Second nut flush draw acquisition here for G.
Yeah, really hard now for Garza up. We can bet that queen.
And he probably checks, but if he were to bet, he would get called. Yeah.
Wow, interesting bet here. 17K with that 9, kind of peculiar. I'm certain he thinks he's got the best hand, but is it possible he makes Garza fold better?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just believes in its value.
Wow. I'll tell you what. Gyonoyu is wily.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess I was ahead of you on both of you on the flop with my 9.
And as much as I enjoy seeing him play, if I never had to commentate on a table that he was at ever again, just so as to give my tongue kind of a break, I think it wouldn't be something I would complain about. I mean, really brutality in terms of vowels and consonants that are arranged in ways my little American mouth would never have to otherwise form itself.
Well, you know I'm always here for you. If you've got trouble with the pronunciation.
Oh, yeah, no, you're all over it.
Let me loose.
Yeah. Well, just given, you know, the British have planted their flags so far around the globe throughout the years, I guess you're supposed to have a little bit more
Ali
familiarity.
really does fashion himself something of a geopolitical expert. And just very comfortable just dipping, not his toes, but his, you know, I would say all the way up past the calf into...
Oh, the lower torso is submerged.
Any of these waters.
Yeah.
Queen Jack Caribbean, it turns out.
Yeah.
It's the one he owes me.
Capriles, 2 overs, Broadway gutter. Jack opener follows through. This one should be over promptly.
By the way, your call with pocket 8 yesterday
wasting
was
no time.
correct. 9. And the satellite. Totally, I would have made that call.
I think you have to, because it's the structure of the satellite.
You have to. You can't.
You have to get to 165K. And
lines were going to go up.
I was trying to do the math when I was thinking about it because I knew it was a call. But like when you're doing the satellite, sometimes there's a lot of chips that get removed, right? Because if somebody goes over 165, then they're dead. So I wasn't sure if I really needed like 120 or 130, and then if you kind of like can fold people out, you kind of get the seat anyway. So it wasn't like a slam dunk call, like.
I would have.
Guys, I gotta say, I always think it's a little bit bad for business when you get into some real deep strategic discourse at the table with somebody else. You're like, yeah, I went B122 in that spot just because, as you can tell, the dry turn card texture-wise, his range is supposed to be. Everyone's looking up like, wait, what? Like,
and
I
it
thought
seemed
you were
like
just
they
a
were
developer
talking
from
about
Canada.
They were talking about a call in the satellite to get the seat for this. That he was saying he needed 165,000 chips, is what they were talking about there. So I don't know the structure of the
milestone satellite. So you once you get to a certain number of chips, you just get awarded a seat, and your chips and yourself come out of play.
Okay. I like that format, by the way.
It's a bit
pretty
more
cool.
exciting. Yeah, you kind of.
Oh wow, we got a bunch of real hands here.
Oh yeah, we do.
Ace Jack, the party starter. Garza hard 8 flat. Garrios asking for more from the puck. Now, Weirot with 20 miles in the small.
Yeah, I think we just go with this hand always.
Yeah.
Obviously can be ahead of that squeeze. But Garrios.
Caprillo's going to fold, I think.
Yeah, this is pretty horrible. Now you've been cool as well with the ace-jack off specifically. But no, he's obviously been bashed around a little bit. This last orbit wants to have a look at a flop that I'm with you, Nick.
And that gives Garza the price where he's got a set mine. This is
Garza's like, this is the dream scenario. 4-way 3-bet pot.
4 ace king.
Well, helmet and headlamp in tow, but no 4 revealed as the expedition comes up shy for Garza. Queen 9 deuce, couple of clubs. Top pair. Top kicker for Garrios. Remember, he was the pre-flop 3-better, and he decides the full clip should be deployed. Washing it down with the Red Bull.
He almost just over pot behind, so it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, I'd rather go
smaller with the ace of clubs too.
Yeah, there's not much to worry about here. I don't want hands like that 10's right there. Look at that, it just gets away from it. Whereas a small bet, maybe would have to invest a little bit, drawing very thin. But
I think Garrios has just grown tired of not winning pots, though, and it was one of those like, guys, I'm single decision point. You want some, come and get it.
I'm never folding this hand. Let's just get it in now. Hope someone else has got a hand like King Queen, maybe Queen Jack suited. Wants me up.
Get it in to get it over to the other feature.
Yeah, like Nick with specifically the ace of clubs, I think it's
No, I think that's right. I just it seems it wasn't. The jam wasn't in reference to the pot outrageous, but as far as how good his hand was, you could just probably want the action.
Yeah, maybe tougher to get the action at that size. But yeah, he's like, if you want some, come and get it. Just make sure you're prepared to pay the price. Now, ace-jack for Greenwood. 9 to skate.
I only read one poker book in my life.
He's from one of the colonies,
Gus Hansen.
aren't we?
Every hand revealed. Have you guys read that?
No. Who's that?
Getting inside the mind
both of those
of an
men.
absolute sicko.
If you want to talk about
so beautiful.
my ancestors colonizing the world, I'm just going to call it when I see it.
I've read a couple
One
of
of the
really
subjects.
nice ones with
Canada?
Was it John Fleet? And the
I
other-
thought the French did
it's-
Canada.
No, no.
Also, they played
We had most of
tournaments
it. They had a little bit.
Every
correct.
hand that they get,
Wow.
they're thinking of.
James, the pride
what
with
is
which
the
you kind of
final
remind the
result?
world of these sorts of behaviors, you know,
Why
it's concerning,
exactly what
I
the
think,
Gus
at best.
I guess
Nick,
so.
you would
It
agree?
details like
You
the
know,
beginning of his tournament.
I
till
said
when
to
he won
Jeff Platt
in the Aussie
before
Open.
this, when he asked me if I was excited, all of it, I said I couldn't be more excited to be calling the World Series of Poker and getting to do it alongside my friend Ali Najad. My only concern is
knowing how
I have
Gus
made it
played and
nearly a
plays, but
decade
even now, like,
into a
he has, like, the
national
strategy
television
and all that
career,
to it, like, as a-
Right.
as a tale of
with
the guy winning
nary
the
a
Super
scandal,
Bowl, fucking great.
with nothing, nothing. And I listen. I drink, I gamble, I go out. I have really danced through the raindrops.
Right.
Gives you the impression that there's more than
And now I'm sitting in a live booth with you, and little did I know that the gentleman to my right, who I just met, is just going to be deciding to one-up your geopolitics with what I would call colonial taunting, which I didn't even know was a thing.
It was kind of alluded to just based on his nickname, James the Imperialist Dempsey.
You came after the bad food. I've got to fight back, okay?
And by the way, all that raindrop dancing that you've
Oh,
done,
here we
good
go.
on you, but you've never really had to deal with the deluge that is, you know,
That's
my
what I'm
lack
saying.
of discretion.
I know. Trust me.
Ace 10-6 here. Swing and a miss in both camps. Cutoff versus hijack. Crabs. Slip it over. Sordo's been bobbing and weaving out there, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, something's gone on here. So this is a Sordo 3-bet. Sorry, I missed the action up to now. That pot size, a little fruity. We saw him with the 4-bet with King Jack offsuit earlier. 3-betting the Queen 7 suited here. He's playing.
Yeah. Friskiness on display. That which has afforded us, obviously, deep stacked early goings of this 25K WSOP Super Main. Tremendous amount of value available to those who actually do make the investment out here. And obviously, a tremendous number of avenues to work your way into this one. You heard some discourse, some postmortem about a satellite. Plenty of those going on. 4 day ones live. Countless more opportunities online. 90 players awaiting day 1 and day 2 live action to complete before they will merge with the remains of the field and all enjoy the money, which won't come until day 3. Meanwhile, Dweck trying his hand with the pocket threes.
I'm rooting for this Tondor fella. I like him.
Queen Jack.
Okay, well.
Deck not rooting for him apparently as he runs in the bottom set. Should be able to stay out of
Just
trouble
get away
quite
from
easily.
it, my Swiss friend. There we go. Great fold.
You know, anytime James sees the Swiss flag,
Oh, come on.
just some part of his brain is activated. It's just based on the fact that whenever he's not working with us, he's blasting his paychecks into Swiss ski resorts.
Oh, really? Oh, is
Yeah.
that your...
That's his punt.
Three feature tables is
Yeah.
really,
Well,
really
that's not
nice.
a punt. That's what life's about. Spending money on experiences.
I leave from here straight to Geneva. That's my route. I'm not going home first. Back to the mountains.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
You know, that life that you talked about,
Reflection
and
or something,
what
no?
it's all
Just have
about,
a
it was almost cut
field,
short by James
capture, like,
familiarizing
action.
himself in
Like there was like a big
expedient
arc,
fashion
they could,
with,
like, go over and be like, oh, we have
you know, the immobility of a tree
and not-
while he was
or
out there on the
actually, like,
slopes.
no,
You know,
like,
that's what did
Skiing's
Schumacher
a
and
dangerous
Like, it might be- no, it might be
hobby.
RFID,
It
but
turns
they
out
won't use it. At least you're
that if
in
you're in a
the
tree
using it.
or on a collision path, it's you who needs to move.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird, you know, but the right of way belongs to Mother Nature up there on the slopes.
Hold on. My guy.
Here we go. I love it. Nice.
Great 3-bet.
Ace, king, yep.
Get in there, Dweck. Damn.
Tondor, 3-betting.
Don't let him push you around, Lewis.
You know what's wonderful is that Nick gets the catharsis of being able to actually just root openly. to
Am I
this
not supposed to
extent
do
here.
that?
No, no, no. I love it. You are absolutely allowed to do that. In fact, we often do this. But, you know, conventional sport, you're told, you know, from the press booth,
So
you never cheer for anyone.
So here's my philosophy on that. I actually don't think you have an obligation to be unbiased. I just think you have an obligation to reveal your biases. And so if I just say on the front end, I'm rooting for this Swiss fella.
Right.
Now, then, you know, but if I'm just thinking I'm rooting for him, and then every time I'm like, what a great play by
Right.
Tondor.
Don't cloak it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Damn.
he thought about it. And Lewis here.
Just hoping Lewis was going to torch to my guy. Stop showing your cards, man. You can't give him this type of information. I got to.
A little surprised that he didn't maybe pill that one. It was a 4x, but he had position. We're playing very deep. Imagine his perception as Thunder is probably not as experienced, not an elite level pro. You can perhaps widen your ranges a little bit more against those players. Try and build a stack on these day ones, as we've seen many players do before.
You know, it cuts both ways. If you do have a perception that a player is playing more straightforward, more ABC, is going to be ranged toward, you know, upper crust, with that knowledge, you can actually play optimally
All right, so we
depending on
have,
boards.
let's see, 119 entries in day 1C of the Supermain. We're still a little bit short. So to help entice you, I would like to offer that if you come out here to the Bahamas and you play WSOP Paradise, you get to enjoy a glass of wine alongside this gentleman, Taylor Von Kriegenberg, TVK. If you could stand up for me for a quick sec, please. You don't have to buy the glass of wine. You just have to sit next to anybody. 2 high roller final tables for you at the series in the summer. That give you any kind of confidence boost?
That feels like a lifetime ago. I haven't cashed anything since.
What was the Triton Million experience like for you? I know it was tough down the stretch.
Yeah, basically I got put with the pros, which I didn't think was fair, sort of a VIP, and got lucky to double up, and yeah, it was a fun event. I didn't cash. I lost $525,000, and but my partner did well. So
There we go.
Yeah, that was the bright side.
And David was able to bounce back from that first-hand elimination. Were you pretty impressed with that?
Yeah, that was a blow up, that first hand, let's just say. We just had breakfast before that, and it was like, don't go crazy with, you know, ace king or queens if someone 4-bets you. And he went wild. But it was great because then he rebought, he dug his heels in, and he made a deep run. It was awesome to be a part of it. Yeah.
Appreciate the time, Taylor. Best of luck in this one. Thank you. Guys, let's go ahead and send it back to you.
Thank you for that, Jeff. Nick, I don't know if what you were going to zero in on was that Miami Mortician chic that was the black satin short sleeve.
No, well, listen, TVK did in the Summer World Series in the super high roller 100K or 250K, whatever one he final tabled and got coolered out of, he was wearing the dopest jacket anyone wore all World Series. The like green, it almost looked like a Celtics jacket, but it was Gucci, like the old retro Gucci look.
Okay.
It was fantastic. But that's not what I was going to say. His partner, he's talking about David Einhorn.
Well, that's right, Greenlight Capital.
So in New York, there's a very small stakes card game that I occasionally play in that I've a couple times played with David.
Okay.
So I know him a little bit. Super nice guy.
Yeah.
And also, he totally unintentionally just humbled me because we were somehow gambling on, this is pre this last election, gambling on like weird bets we've made, whatever.
Right.
And I'm telling the table an anecdote about how I won close to, I'll just say it, $70,000 betting the 2020 election after it had been called.
Oh, right. Yeah, there was a lot of people who were convinced.
Right. And so when I'm telling the story, I'm like, yeah, I was like, I won close to 70 betting the election after it was called. And he goes, wait, say that again?
Wasn't he also like a
And I said it again. And he's like, you won 70 million bet. And I'm like, nah, man. But he couldn't fathom that I would be excited about a $70,000 winner. And so he's like,
oh.
And so,
yeah.
And I'm like, no, man, I didn't win 70 million betting me.
To be in that situation. $70 million. That's crazy.
But that's where his head went.
Sure.
When I said 70, he's like, well,
guys, I mean,
back to work you go, Nick.
The real world of super high rollers is finance. This much we know.
Wow.
Those bets,
man,
they put some of these poker pots to shame. And that's not to slight, obviously, the gravitas of what it is that we're bringing you here from Atlantis, Paradise Island, in the Bahamas. Day 1C coverage of World Series of Poker Super Main 2024. But it is to just put things into perspective for one David Einhorn, who did play that Triton Million Invitational and did manage to final table, was it? In spite of having showered himself
hand
Ace
one.
King versus Aces hand one.
And it was to Blez, right?
Yeah. That's right. Jared Blesnick.
Blez, by the way, getting himself on the...
He slid in there.
The VIP, not pro side of things.
Allegedly due to the fact that 4-card is his, game of choice, not 2-card. I mean, it's a committee that votes people into that side of the bracket, so approval comes at the hands of
I'm not. I'm just saying, of all the VIPs, there couldn't have been 3 that were a closer call than him.
I think that's fair.
I would tend to agree. Yeah, sure. I'm sure it wasn't a unanimous decision. As they went to the scorecards, Queen 8-4 as we go to the flop. Top pair for Punsri. Best of what's around.
I think they want
Sordo in third place with bottom pair. Greenwood,
they're gonna get
the party starter.
Yeah, agreeing with the open. Not much we can do on Queen 8-4 when someone like Punat has peeled the button. And even the big blind in here, there's so few hands that have completely missed Queen 8-4 in both seats.
No, they just changed it to 3 level. I don't know why you're wasting time. So they weren't going to hit the guarantee.
Punat though with a recognition that, of course, Green was still going to check a lot of hands on that board that may even be better than Queen Jack, so checking his hand back.
Bro, there's a tornado outside right now.
There's change.
Always a storm.
The first few days was amazing, but it's gone downhill since then.
Flush draw acquisition for Sordo. He does not get ambitious.
Checks around 3 times.
Yeah.
Or twice, pardon me.
Yeah, now here we are at the river, which is a 9. Doesn't change anything in terms of Punsri holding the best hand.
Some days it's beautiful,
One that he hasn't shown much pride in.
If it checks to him again,
I
he'll...
don't know if it's like that all the time, but every time I come
he puts out a small bet here, right?
I think we have to go small, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's check 2 for the 3rd time.
48,000 in the middle. Maybe we target a 9x.
Yeah, exactly that. Go after some 9x, maybe some weaker Queen X from the big blind.
24.
Even just a curious
Half
8 or
pot?
4 or pocket pair.
Especially because the one hand that just got there, 10 Jack, you block.
Good point. Greenwood feels like this is just nonsense, but so much beats him. There are, of course, some bluffs Punat can have there. Some of those ace highs, maybe he decides to just turn into a bluff. But
5th pair effective.
Yeah.
So extended light wedge another level.
2 levels, isn't it?
No, they made it 3 levels. Yeah.
Or three more now?
This could get expensive.
And then,
yeah, players, of course, doing day 2, right, Charlie? Could get expensive, right? Start off as 25k. I mean, there's some people in for a lot of bullets already. I don't want to name any names.
Exactly. We don't try to draw attention to those that maybe have.
So I think it's
but Chance has played at a lot of tables.
One way to express it,
like the
sure.
could take a long time, and
it's like a meetup game. He's bouncing around.
Yeah, he's exploring the space, James. He's simply exploring the space.
Like, I don't even know when. Are they introducing a shot clock at any point?
I asked them. They said day 2.
Day 2, okay. So then that should help on the bubble. But yeah.
All right, Greenwood, ace queen suited. Certainly enough. Tondo in the next seat.
Okay.
That Jack 9 suited. Your boy's in. Nick.
My boy's in.
He's got
this is a tough
hearts.
spot here.
I mean,
let's just go.
Table for 2. What's on the menu? First course.
Don't love it. You know what? I hate this.
Yeah, great flop for Greenwood, of course, as the opener. I expect to get value from far worse.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Don't bet. Oh.
Wow,
this is
Greenwood.
unfortunate.
10K from Tandoor after Greenwood deferred.
I'm surprised that he checked that early.
I am too.
I mean,
especially because I don't feel as though he presumes, as we see Greenwood make top 2 now on the turn and continuing to defer, that Tandoor's going to be out there, you know, firing without a very strong hand.
Exactly that. I mean, I know the computer says check on occasion with this sort of hand, but I feel like against Tonda, who again, I'm just making assumptions here, but strikes me as someone who's less familiar with playing the super elite pros.
Wow, he checked all 3 times.
Wow, yeah, maybe.
It's a really odd
what's he
line.
seen before now? I mean, he must have a baseline on Tonda here to play this trappy against him. He must have seen him blast off in a spot before.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we haven't seen any mission control out of that seat in terms of shuttle launches for Tandoor, but as you said, James, it would suggest that there was a data point that left Greenwood thinking we can just get this guy to fire off.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. My guy lost the minimum.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fair.
And him betting the flop, if he was going to call a bet, you know what I mean? He ended up
10K.
Yeah.
I think maybe
he lost less than the minimum.
If he checks back and then Greenwood fires turn, which isn't a given, you know, maybe there's a world in which he gets away without that flop barrel. But, I mean, he did not lose as much as he could have, for sure. Greenwood, ace king this time.
Whenever I watch good players, I realize I really like non-suited connectors way more than you're supposed to. Guys, without a second thought, just toss 7-6 off, and I'm like, you didn't even think about it. Like, that's such a fun hand. Like that.
This one doesn't rate to be much fun for Botez, as she has 3-betted to 45,000 with the inferior king
She's
from
active,
the small.
man.
Yeah, this is spicy against under the gun on a full table as well. The king jack offsuit. You see this a lot against, you know, mid to late position open, but she's really going after it here. We saw Greenwood with a similar spot before against Punat. Decided just to rip it in then. Playing 100 blinds again here. I think though, very different situation. That was Punat squeezing with a player in the middle. This just looks a lot more polar. Yeah, going for the non-all-in 4-bet.
Hands over.
Yeah. Another 70. Plop to top the 45.
And Botez understands. It's time to say goodbye. Sam, by the way, that ball cap looks like it's endured a little bit of packing trauma.
Yeah.
You know, I know it can be difficult to find a safe space in a suitcase, but that is a crease that isn't soon to come out. There. It's unfortunate.
Thanks, Ollie.
You know, I lost one of my Triton hats on one of the flights back.
Oh, no.
To the States.
Well, I'm sure that's going to be hard for you to get another one.
But the thing is, they didn't reissue it. They do these special drops. And I thought what you thought, Nick, but they ran out and they don't have any more. And of course, other than myself, approximately no one is interested in this.
These are the pitfalls and dangers that come with flying commercial, Ollie.
I mean, I was in the pointy end of the aircraft, James. You know, the cockpit was really the only pointier place available to me, so it was all right.
Are you a private flyer, James?
No.
He's
actually taking a private flight to Geneva to go skiing.
I just like teasing
what
Ollie.
What does WSOP and GG Poker Productions pay?
I'll say this, though. James is a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a fun one. See, here's another thing. I don't know if the viewers do this as well. Do you guys just, like, envision the absolute most painful flops?
Oh, right. Like what would be the sweatiest?
Yeah, something where it's just like 3, 9, queen, 2 hearts. Where it's ever, you know, you got the open-ended.
This is a squeeze from Greenwood. The queen jack suited. This is spicy.
3, 9, queen, 2 hearts wouldn't be possible, but you guys follow.
Yeah, for sure. I like Jack 3 in terms of explosive propositions, but yeah.
This is, Ollie, this is kind of fun stuff. So often we watch these guys play shallow stacks, and a hand like queen jack suited from the big blind just fits neatly into the always cool mode. But suddenly when we get deep, we use these hands as some of our 3-bets because, hey, we get called, they play pretty nicely, but also we can make dominating hands fold that perhaps we don't shallow stacked. So like the ace-jack O that opened or the king-jack that peeled in the small now have to get out the way. Nice adjustment. I mean, it ruined our fun because we're looking forward to seeing a queen-jack, jack-10
3 that was coming.
2 3s flop. There was some damage that could be done.
No rabbit hunt.
It's like the
Jacob Keller in the chat, James, firing a salvo saying that being a pilot is possibly the lamest job of all time now, thanks to autopilot. Now, I would like to go on record and suggest that I'm a big fan of autopilot, you know, not because I'm in the cockpit, but, you know, I just like the computer handling most of the work, especially given that I know James.
Like, what time it would be over? I was thinking about it as well.
It is a one day.
Yeah,
Pocket Kings.
It might be late.
12 hours bottle to throttle.
Wow. Let me tell you something. That's the last man I want introducing himself over the intercom. He's like, oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to inform you that it's been 12 hours from bottle to throttle. Welcome aboard. This flight to the Azores.
This is because I cashed the 50K payload, so I didn't play 1A.
Okay.
I think we've got enough fuel on board to make it.
Called it night. Re-entering. And then...
You didn't re-enter?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I busted in level 8 and then I went to bed.
Yeah, I didn't think you could buy in day 2. If I knew that, I might have just bought in like level 8 or level 9 when I busted.
Yeah.
Makes more sense that way.
Interesting.
I feel like she's had King Jack a disproportionate amount of times.
Or been up against it.
Yeah.
And then I one-bulleted each online fight.
Those happen a long time.
Direct with the PO Jack 8. Heavily dominated. Botez in position with the better hand.
Yeah, I'm not entirely like
okay, here we go. Here's your Carnage flop, Nick. You asked for a little bit of something.
Outkicked is Dweck by Botez.
And this is where her activity will make her some money. Because she's, you know, in the little bit we've seen, she's probably been the most active player at the table.
Yeah. Once we put this table up, she was the table chip leader as well, furthering that That sort of action must have happened before we got here. Third pot, number she chose on this Jack 3-4.
If fewer than 200 people entered,
Another
that
22.
would mean cash. Like
Into the
190
middle.
ended up entering, but the
Pot growing to 55,000, and Botez growing from 1 pair to 2.
Yeah, and kind of a fun spot because
whatever. So I
Dweck
think that's
is going to have some hands that improve on this turn. Not necessarily in the sense of having a king, but some pair plus backdoor flush draws or straight draws with backdoor flush draws that love to turn themselves into bluffs in these kind of spots. Obviously a bit unfortunate for her that she blocks a jack, but we can see in this case her opponent does have one. And again, so many times she's going to have a hand that wants to bluff herself, like those backdoor diamonds, like a ace-10, queen-10 type holding. Goes relatively small, actually. Perhaps the facet of the fact that she just blocked that top pair on the board.
Pretty wet texture with which to go small, and successfully manages to retain Dweck, who is drawing dead here. So credit to Botez for keeping her customer intact, and how about that for the Kalahari of river cards?
then like a week before they
The deuce of clubs.
Originally it was like Rex clubs was after 2 levels on day 2, now it's 3 levels on day 2. Like they just
Yeah, checks over to once more. Now again, all those draws having missed.
So on day 2 you have your entry and then 2 more.
Certainly decide to go big here.
And I think based on what they've done in previous events, if you bagged, you could bust, enter, bust, re-enter, bust, re-enter again.
Boy, imagine if she comes with something
Bagging day 2 is
either extra milky or extra polar in terms of the overbet. Either direction, I think we maybe get a curious Dweck.
Looks like she's
Yeah.
going milky and
Yep.
snaps.
Yeah, went pretty small. Again, you can understand why, right? She's holding a jack. She thinks her opponent, if he has a hand, it's more weighted towards 4x, 3x. So wants to just try and get that kind of hand to call.
Are either of you guys surprised at the speed with which
Yeah.
Dweck made that call? I mean, he didn't chew on it whatsoever.
When we showed the one shot of him, it almost looked like he was waiting to do exactly that. I believe you're bluffing. I've believed you're bluffing the whole time. I think you're going to bet
Yeah.
here, and I'm going to do the.
That means you're out of
Sometimes there's the one chip toss in. I know I'm ahead. Okay. No,
Well, sometimes it's simply the product of having played it out in your mind in advance,
Yes.
right? So you're just kind of prepared for it.
When you call in the turn in that spot,
It's not like that.
obviously you can change your mind. But
If a blank hits the
blank
river,
hits the river
yeah.
and they don't, bomb,
Right.
then I'm 100% calling.
Did feel like
Swallow to something
that
might
was the case.
make up like 5% of the field.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
And like especially when you do like the online like $400 tournaments with like it's a $400 tournament where like someone like Juan Powder
Now,
or something
Señor
might just
Sordo.
be in like 25 times and we're like the 8 starting.
As
players.
Jota.
And then when you look at who gets
Sube a 12,000.
you really see it online.
No, you did not hit the SAP button on your on your YouTube stream. That's just me embracing my inner Univision. Ace eight of clubs here.
Yeah, Mizzy had a bit of a rough time so far at this table from what we've seen. I don't think he's been on the right side of a pot. Going to try and force it a little bit here with the ace-8 suited up against +1. Sordo has been very active from what we've seen.
And
So
look
he-
at Dweck.
Oh, yeah.
James, just what the doctor ordered after having paid off Botez across multiple streets. Finds an ace-king and takes us to the 4th floor.
Yeah, goes kind of a completely committed sizing here. That 4-bet. 110 with 164 back. Removes any intrigue.
He'll just scoop it. Fold your hand, Mizzy.
When you look at any of these tournaments online and look at like who's in the money, it's like all it's like 90% like good poker players.
Sorel complies with the sage advice.
$400 tournament, they got like 10,000 runners.
And if you're a man that's been around, the sporting world as a journalist for a long time, but relationships are forged as such. Talk to us about how prevalent poker is, in locker rooms, home games between teammates or,
I think it's become, I would
that's my
say,
point. When it's something like Biden, where everyone
the
is one
two
side,
sports
then
I
everyone
cover the
plays
closest, the NFL and the NBA.
Like,
And I would
that, but when
say
you have like
way bigger amongst NBA stars. Like maybe, I mean, there's obviously more football players than basketball players, but as far as like A-list guys, there's way more NBA guys that play. Like Draymond's and that whole Warriors crew.
Yeah, well known.
Is well known to be playing a lot.
Chamath Palihapitiya, one-time owner, obviously part of the All In Pod, and hosts a big home game out in Silicon Valley.
Helmuth is tight with those guys. A lot of the retired NBA guys that go to LA. I mean, that's. Paul Pierce famously.
Chris Mills also plays.
Say it again.
Chris Mills.
Yes, that's right. And so, in my experience, NBA guys. The other thing is this: like, Chris Paul is I think a pretty significant player as well.
Okay.
There's also just such a wealth disparity, NFL to NBA.
Like in terms of far more wealth in the NBA.
Dramatically so. Yeah, just because aside from quarterbacks, no one in the NFL really, shouldn't say no one, but almost no one's making NBA money aside from quarterbacks, and so they just have more opportunity. And
I wonder as well, obviously a smaller unit, right, an NBA team and more time together than perhaps the NFL. You're kind of, even in one team, so much more
NFL guys, it's almost your team within the team, like your positional group is who you meet with, whatever it is. And NBA guys are traveling so much more often. There's so much more time for card games amongst themselves.
Yeah, on the flights, charter, sure.
NFL guys, you're traveling, you're usually taking 8 flights a year.
Yeah. Right. That's a good point. And it is a way to build camaraderie or, create division depending on how bad the beats are that get issued or how big the stakes.
This hand was going on. Obviously, sort of opened under the gun. Punat called small. Romain Lewis peeled in the small in the big one with 7s, I believe, and just folded to this lead from Punat.
Punsri finds an open ender on the turn, but in doing so,
turn card possible.
Sordo finds top pair.
I don't think it's crazy that they have a tournament.
Punsri does, however, come off the gas.
150 people or something already in the money of this tournament. And then they're like,
when Sordo bets here, is this ever a check raise?
That's an interesting question. Punsri with the queen of diamonds. Demps, I don't like it as a check raise, but if you're really feeling frisky, I suppose it's in bounds.
I mean, if we're trying to create some check raises, it seems like one we could put in there. Especially with the way these guys have set up their stall of trying to play really fast on day one, build stacks. This is a spot, but
no. But listen, even during the Triton portion of the program, we observed Punsri really kind of show us a different gear, a different look, and it would involve lines such as a check raise here.
I think
here we go, Nick. You got it.
You were onto something, my friend.
There we go.
The only reason I said it is because his lead on the flop was so unorthodox. Sometimes you do that with just a flopped set of 6s or something, and then you can keep representing it. Now, I don't think it works here.
Oh, tough spot for Sordo, of course. Remember, Punat led this one 3-way.
Yeah.
Romain Lewis was in the middle, and it looks strong to Lewis because he folded 7s on 10-6-4 to a lead. Kind of surprising. Now Sordo, makes the overcall, finds this card, gets check raised. You're starting to feel very grim. Like this pot's way bigger than you want to be with one pair. But for now, he has the best of it.
Punat following through.
Finds himself one pair of queens. Now, that card is comforting to an extent for Sordo as he's got top 2 pair, but maybe with some frequency sets are what lurk.
Yeah, Punat's trying to say he's got a set here.
Yeah, instead of 4s or 6s.
And Punat knows that actually that card, although he's made a pair, is kind of a good one to follow up the bluff with because you block Sordo having king-queen, right? You're thinking if he has a king, more likely to have a hand like ace-king or maybe king-jack here.
Yeah, you don't really give your man
are in the clicking war streets. Well, credit to Sherbakov. Can just be launching chips into a...
Did he just call?
He did call.
Lamkov having absolutely none of it. And look at the face of Gabdulin. It's like, what's going here? Teleznov sitting there thinking, come on, guys. Let's get it in.
I mean, this looks like aces, right?
Yeah.
Look at Gabdulin. What a sensational hand developing. And it comes ace 8-4. Gabdulin would have been out of this tournament. Now, back to the action at hand. Sherbakov perhaps regretting this 4-bet. Here he comes, though, Jay.
Probably like 10% here or something around there,
What
Andrew.
are we getting to fold?
Yeah, this is the thing. Like maybe queens, maybe
That's it,
jacks.
right? Like Kings is going to put it in pretty
Yeah.
surely.
And maybe we do expect like the aces to trap here as well. Maybe ace king that wanted to see a flop.
Oh, look at the action. Oh, my goodness. Now, this is one thing I'm not liking. But what a fascinating hand. Lamkov gives it the old forehead rub, the grimace, when in reality, he is in dreamland with middle set. Is he gonna raise? Gotta just call Jay, surely. Here we go. Does land on call.
Yeah, now this should be aware now as Sherbakov that it's just shut down central. We have to slam the anchors on. Even once our opponent calls this tiny size in.
And I tell you something, Jay. Lamkov headed for second in chips. And we referenced it earlier, not the man to try and push around. And Sherbakov gonna be punished for it. Wow, he peeled with the 8s to the 4-bet. What a moment. Oh, and he's going again. 8 million?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
So just shy of 15%, so tiny. And you assume that Lamkov's just going to continue calling here. We have ace-king drawing dead. Aces.
I mean, he's doing a good acting job of looking weak, it would appear.
Yeah, like, we're going to get stacked by aces anyway, so we just want to keep calling because we want to keep bluffs in, and ace-king is drawing dead in terms of equity here, so...
I mean, is there a world where we just jam because we think that our opponent never folds?
Yeah, but...
I would flat, but... And he jams and taps the table goodbye! Oh my word! Look at Gabdulin! Can't believe it! And Lamkov just surges up the chip counts.
We said this was the man that was the wild card at this final table. And Lamkov, Azamat Lamkov, only $22,000 in live earnings.
Goodness me. Jay, what a moment.
What
for
a
me,
hand
of the week, and we've had a few belters. Wow. Goodness me, as we digest that sensational moment.
Is that like needle or is he serious?
I'm serious.
No, I know you're serious, but if he says it like that, that could be a needle, you know?
And the funny thing is, if Gabdulin goes with it, he's out the door.
He's out the door.
Ace-king is GG, so Gabdulin finding a
B-rolling
fold.
for the millie.
Yeah, essentially. But I think I really like the fold with ace-king, just because, like, when we get to final tables, we're not playing to make chips anymore. Our decisions become to make money, and that's what it's about. We're not trying to make chips. We're trying to make money, and that's what our decisions are revolved around.
I'll tell you something, we did say, you just get that vibe about someone. And Lamkov just not having it. Just like, I'm not here to play for 8th or 7th or 6th. I'm gonna play to win this title. And Sherbakov I mean, that's a big hit, Jay. Like,
huge hit to Sherbakov,
massive
for
hit
sure.
for him in terms of just his overall position.
The 4-bet should just get through, right? The 8s you don't expect to call. You don't expect 8s in there anyway.
Do we really need to do it here? I know that you, like, let's play devil's advocate. Lamkin, Lamkov should have a very nutted range, right, to make this 3-bet. Like, do we have to use King 6-0? Like, I understand it, and I know why he did it, because you can dislodge a bunch of hands.
Yeah, but it's important to be aware of the opponent in question as well, because if Lamkov isn't aware about the situation...
He's not folding 8s, then he's not folding anything.
Exactly that. Quick talk about this hand here. A7 for Leon. Now, well covering Sherbakov. Do expect to see a lot of bets on the Jack-9 deuce as the opener here.
Goodness me. Sherbakov's head gotta be spinning.
Yeah, you expect that, and just gonna have to be check folding here. Faced against quarter pot.
It's gonna be a real test, Jay, of his mental strength.
And to be honest with you, maybe credit to Sturm, because me and you saw a couple of spots earlier that seemed like clear 3-bets for Sturm against Lamkov. And Sturm went for fold instead, so maybe Sturm and Lamkov have played a lot on the outer tables leading up to this, and Sturm actually was aware last session that he's not going to go for the 3-bets against this guy because he's very sticky.
Fold, right?
And he won't be folding, and if that was the case, why he didn't take those 3-bet spots earlier, it's just great awareness, which can sometimes be overlooked.
That was something. And like, credit to Sherbakov in some ways. I mean, turn barrel, I don't know, Jay. Like, we have King 6, so we block pocket kings, right? So, like something that we want to fold. I mean, he just decided, I'm going for it.
Yep.
My goodness, right. Refocus. Leon into the muck. 7-8 suited. And to Lusanov, 1.5 big blinds behind. Gonna need the spin of all spins. Gabdulin, what a hand that was.
What a fold.
Unbelievable. And Sherbakov gets to set in Larson because we have a man further around the table with 1.5 BBs. Goodness me.
These spots are just so intricate, difficult to know what to do. It's just sort of an area of the game that I think everyone's just so understudied at as well. When we do get to this shallow depth and we've got like a 1 BB, a 3 BB, a sub 15 BB stack. A lot of intricacies going on, and the Queen 8 off, letting it go there.
Oh, I feel for him.
Yeah.
You know, those dreams of the 1 million fading into the distance for the time being, Jay. Stranger things have happened, of course, but looking to outlast Lusanov at the moment.
We've got to get someone to run that spot. We'll have a look at that spot later with the Ace-King off, but I'm really intrigued to see whether it does go into the muck or not with a 1 BB stack.
It very well may.
Yeah, because this is the great thing about 2024 poker. We can actually check if theoretically the right play was made.
No, obviously not.
That is genuinely one of the greatest hands I've ever seen. Lamkov, 3-bets, Jay, calls half his stack off or something in the realm pre, and somehow flops middle set. Unbelievable stuff, guys. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We are loving it here in the booth. MPP main event final table. If you're enjoying coverage like this, guys, please, and if you're on YouTube or DTD Player, please give us a like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. We want to continue to bring you this high-octane, high-level stuff. Credit to Sherbakov. He's just going for it. Knows that Neist in the big blind, right, just can't call off.
Yeah, exactly that.
Any hands?
Like Neist is like
Gonna fold ace queen?
top. Yeah, like top range. He has to.
Ace-jack. Maybe not ace-queen. I don't know. My head's spinning still from the pocket 8's hand.
Yeah, that was some hand. I'd love to know if Ace-King off is a fold. We'll find out a bit later for you guys. Well, maybe we could find out right now. Mr. Wilson, the Bowie effect in the chat. Just tuning in, saying
Andy Wilson, did you see that hand, Andy Wilson?
Andy
Walk
Wilson.
me through it.
Talk us through it. The walking, talking cyborg in the chat.
I mean, and by the way, if information filters back to the players about that hand, which I'm sure it will at the next break. Important to let you guys know, no phones at the table allowed here at Merit. So the players will need to wait until, you know, they get off the table. When information filters back that Lamkov is 3-bet calling 4-bet with 8s, the best of luck going after him. So it does sets a precedent, Jay, right? Of like, I'm not going to let you mess with me. Right. We'll calm down now, but only for a mere moment because we have an all-in. Sturm opens, Jack 10 from under the gun. Tolusanov finds a suited ace, says it's time to go. Oh, look at this.
Less than 4.
You call?
Lamkov just folded ace-4 suited in the big, closing the action.
Whoa.
What a wild card this man is.
You just never know with Lamkov, do you?
I mean, on the surface of it, I can't believe the fold. Anyway, here we go. Tolusanov at risk. Needs to hold with ace high. I'm rooting for him here, Jay. He's unlucky with the king-queen suited against deuces. Well, and by the way, big blind folded ace-4. Would have flopped trip 4s, not flush draw, for Tolusanov. Oh, and the offsuit 10.
What a grim turn to see. So now Sturm jumps out in front. So Tolusanov needing a spade or an ace.
Goodness me, and can't find it, Jay. 8 of clubs completes the board, and we do lose Asil Tolusanov out in 8 for $100,000. Great performance from him. Fabulous stuff. More than that, 125K for his efforts.
Queen 8 fold in the big blind worked out.
Goodness me, we need a pause for breath.
Yeah, so Mr. Wilson there was an open under the gun from second in chips. Third in chips went for a 3-bet middle position. But the interesting thing, the small blind had 3 big blinds, and Tolusanov, who we just saw bust, had 1 big blind. It then folds round to the big blind with around 10, Andrew? Was it around 10?
Hang on, right, talk me through it again. Oh, we can't be telling him what happened, Wilson.
You can just rewind, can't
if you're not going to pay attention, I'm no interest.
I forget we're on YouTube. You can just rewind, can't you? 2024 and all that. Go watch it yourself, Andy.
Yeah. Watch that back, Andy. Wow. What a hand. All right, commiserations to Tolusanov. Great run, Jay. Let's give him his due. And his biggest cash by a distance, right?
Yeah, by a distance, that is correct.
Not good enough for 120.
One pass. 2 pass.
Everybody pass?
Wow, and here we go again. Round to Lamkov. Pocket queens in the small. And how is he going to approach this one? Reaching for raisin chips.
Yes, 4.6.
36?
All raise.
Billion.
6.
Comes for the 3x open. And all of a sudden, Leon and Chermakov have to be thinking to themselves, this is not the guy, but Sturm with 6-7 and position is going to defend, covering Lamkov.
Can you make Lars or Tomicom? Can you make Lars or Tomicom?
Great flop for the Russian. Jack 3 deuce, 2 diamonds, 1 club. Overpair with diamond and club in hand, Jay. Loving life.
A very nice board for Lamkov to just put some chips in. Unfortunately for him, Sturm can't really do anything with just 7 height.
And these guys struggling to get a handle on him. Lamkov closing in on chip lead, Jay.
Wow.
I'm loving this, man. Like when we got here this morning, like how it started was thinking like it's going to be a cagey affair the way stacks are distributed, and not going to see as much action of what we've seen. But once you throw a wild card into the mix like this man, who looks like he's just playing for the outright win, it becomes more entertaining.
Just taking a little pause for breath. What a sensational 15 minutes or so.
And poor old Larson. I'm starting to feel
Me too.
for Larson. It's just been bottom of the barrel distribution, all final table, cannot find a single hand, and it's whittled down to sub 2 BBs now. And over to Sturm in the small blind. Seems like one that can get on the attack here, as cover and stack, sitting as chip leader, aware that we've got Larsson sitting as short as he is, and even Gavdulin sub 10 BBs. Seems like a very nice opportunity to bump it up. I love the raise with the 6 deuce here from the German. And like even Suvorov here with pocket 4s, Andrew. What you thinking on first look? Because we're not loving it, because Larsson's essentially going to be forced all in a couple of hands. We've still got Gabdulin with 14 million, which is 7 BBs.
Yeah.
Like 4s could even hit the mark here.
I think very likely to do so, and can't criticize it. Suvorov in that spot right now. Let's just stay in a holding pattern. Try and wait, ladder up 2 more spots, and then get after it 5-handed would be the plan of action for him.
And here we are, the Bowie effect. He says if he has hands that shouldn't really be in there, like ace king gets bad real quick.
Right.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, because mostly it's going to be like an ace blocker, king, queen, or whatever that 3-bets. But there, I know, Gabdulin, like, is it still too good to fold? I felt instinctively that it was.
The thing is, it weren't just the 1 BB stack. There's also a 3 BB stack as well at the time.
I know, but it's $1 million for the win. ICM be damned.
ICM be damned.
I'm going to start the campaign against it. Oh, it gets tricky. No, it doesn't. Let's go. But to his credit, Lamkov, he's just decided, well, I don't want to come 5th. And he's looking good. 100 million.
Second in chips now.
All right, Larsson, we're rooting for you. Quite like this adjustment. Not something on the face of it that you would see happen very often, but he's decided to limp. There are some occasions where that can entice, you know, people to get it in behind. There could be some fireworks. There may be a very unique situation where we can fold post. Now, does Suvorov feel compelled to put 1 more million in, Jay? Try and sort of make it go 3 ways in the attempts to get rid of Larsson. He doesn't do it.
Check.
Like, Gabdulin here, of course, going to check. Like, Larsson could shove flop and shut out some equity and stuff by just limping pre, I mean. And he's got way the best of it. Ace, king, 9. A decision now whether to try and deny 2 random cards, Jay. Likely to take it. Gabdulin, I guess, going to be pretty happy to save 1.6 million, Jay. Would have had to put it in pre, you'd imagine.
Yeah, now we'll save just less than a big blind. Don't think he's going to call Jack Deuce, because like there's not like no hands in here that we're really ahead of, because if Larsson has a trash hold and he's still got 1 more hand to wait, which he can find under the gun, so can't really see a world in which Jack High could ever be good. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you might be like 10-8 of spades or something that decides to take this route. But I'm with you. That's about it. Can't imagine that Gabdulin can flick this in. Just running the numbers. Wow, he does call it off, Jay. All right.
I have Jack High.
My goodness. He's way ahead is the news that he'll be receiving. Larsson all of a sudden in shape to get to 10 million and overtake Gabdulin.
Let's make it a queener at 10.
Turn is a 7 of diamonds, no help. So Gabdulin needs a deuce or a deuce. And a deuce only, excuse me. Doesn't get there. 9 of spades on the river. And Larsson
something high.
Makes that first little step, Jay. Trying to climb this mountain.
Okay. 1,8 big.
I'm surprised to see that one, Andrew, especially after the ace-king fold. Seems like was very aware, like ICM clued up, like what do we beat? Like maybe thinking the price we're getting, we can have 2 live cards, but if Larsson's doing that with entire range that he wants to go with under the gun, he's going to have all this ace-x, all this king-x that we're nigh on drawing dead to. Maybe potential, especially with our stack, to just save a BB.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a... I don't want to say large mistake, but it's not a small one, right? Every chip critical, especially, right, if he folds, he stays ahead of Larsson, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden now, if they were to blind out, then we're going to be next out.
You're more alive than you thought.
I mean, 2 live cards against what?
Yeah,
my
against
question.
what? Yeah, I guess.
Queen
like,
7 suited, you're live against that?
I guess.
But like, all the jack highs
and even
that Larsson can have were dead.
All the pairs 3 outs as well. Yeah, like,
I'm
it seems
little
optimistic.
surprised.
It does seem optimistic.
We didn't have a diamond in hand either, right? I mean, I'm not sure about that one. Anyway, back to it. Sturm, cut off, king, queen. And Gabdulin now, we did see him rally early doors. To his credit, found the fold with ace-king and would have been out the door, so he is still alive. And Sherbakov, wow. I'm a little surprised at this as well, Jay. He's not scared either. We love seeing it here on stream. Defends the jack deuce. 10-10-6. Leon, action on him.
There may be one that does want to do a bit of checking on the 10-10.
Yeah.
As Leon, the king-queen.
Yeah, I like it.
Like it 2 and 6 on the turn.
I'm with you. Don't want to open herself up to getting check raised. Can have the best hand.
Now should be going check from Leon because king high just way too good and going to be showing down enough versus a big blind defend range. So this one seems a lot more clear.
Yeah. We have like deuces through 5s now, drawn incredibly thin if our opponent somehow was to have them. Again, don't want to open ourselves up, Jay, to bloating this one. And the river does pair the 6. So full house on board for both. Now then. Any potential for either to bluff at this, Jay? I wonder who's more likely to have a 10.
That's why I was just thinking.
Or a 6, right?
Because Leon with chip lead still going to be opening like 10-7 suited, offsuit, 10-9, offsuit, jack 10 from cutoff.
Can you argue he would have bet by now?
Yeah, that's the argument, I guess, that we do expect to hear from some 10x on an earlier street. And they're going to chop this one up.
Perhaps deciding the same thing. And Sherbakov very happy to receive 5.5 million back to his stack. As things just settle down a little. That was pretty intense. Little 20-minute, 30-minute spell for us.
Yeah, that ace-king hand, the talking point, though. Such a talking point.
Oh, dear.
Like, I'll put my neck on the line and say ace-queen definitely goes in the muck there. However, ace-king just seems... It doesn't seem nice. And that Gabdulin would have been out the door if he did choose to go with it. It was a great hand to get to cover.
I mean, we're supposed to be impartial. But I'm just massively Team Lamkov at the moment. I want to go down and shake his hand and say, oh my goodness, you, my friend, are a savage. And Suvorov, super awkward this one, Jay.
Yeah, Suvorov is probably the player that wants to play super tight here. Well, he's going to open here. I'm not the biggest fan of opening here, Andrew.
Just having a little grab of his chips, surveying the scene.
Yeah, we got Gabdulin and Larsson sitting so short. We don't really want to do anything because Suvorov, unless we're top end of range.
Yeah, Sherbakov here will rejam.
That's
very, very wide.
That is a very nice fold, sir. I think a lot of people may fall into the trap of opening a suited ace from late position.
Like, Sherbakov jams this on that open, I think. Wow, Larsson, well, you've been patient, my friend, and you found ace-queen. And Sherbakov, the wheels haven't fallen off, Jay, but they're starting to squeak. But he gets it in here in relatively good shape against that big ace-queen in the big. And once again, player at risk. And it is Larsson looking to hold off the king 10 of Sherbakov. Can the Norwegian find the hold? Here we go. Wow, 10-9-4, all clubs, Jay. Sherbakov takes the lead, but look at those equities. Stone flip, post flop. Larson looking for aces, queens, and clubs. Bricks through to the 5 of spades turn, Jay.
Gonna need to find it on this river for Larson. Been a rough FT so far. Can he start the spin up?
Oh, he sat back down. That's a new one.
Oh, and it works. Ace on the river. He just knew. He sat back down. Oh, Larson, bit of emotion. First time we've seen that from anyone on the FT.
Love it.
But he deserves it. He's been so shallow and bottom end distribution throughout.
You love to see it.
Gets his double up.
Yes. So I just sat down here and I just felt it. It's coming. Just standing up.
Good for him. Look at the emotion. Beautiful to see.
To the medium dog. Yes.
And penny for the thoughts, Jay.
Next left. I think I used one of those, but... Holy shit, look at all these ships, man. Look at all these ships. Huh? Just... Nobody happy for me?
Yay.
Huh? Nobody happy for me?
I am happy.
Fucking haters, huh?
It's a cool.
Over to Lamkov from gun, ace, queen offsuit. Got some chips now, makes it 4K.
How then, Jay?
I just don't think Leon's going to go after this guy personally. Like he didn't take the 2-3 bet spots before. I think maybe he's just aware Lamkov, as you like to call, a bit of a firecracker. You like he's a wild card. You don't know what he's going to do. Maybe not playing.
Look at this.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
There you go. Maybe just thinking he's not playing as theoretically sound as everyone else and not going to be folding out as many hands as we're supposed to with our 3-bet.
Good luck getting Lamkov to fold.